The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeant at Arms.
The House is now in session. All persons not entitled to privilege of the floor, please retire to the gallery.
The members will rise and be led in prayer by Reverend Benjamin Campbell, St. Paul's Episcopal Church, Richmond, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which will be led by the delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Good morning. My twin brother Don Campbell identified 4 principles in his later life, which he worked on daily so that he could be who he believed God wanted him to be. They were to pause, to have patience, to be positive, and to pray. They are, I think, particularly apt for the incredible busyness of this session. So I offer them to you in prayer this morning. Lord, thank you for this moment of pause, time to let the light in, time to breathe, time to remember who we are, time to hope. Let this pause renew patience, a willingness to listen, to reawaken your deepest ideals in us, to renew the spirit of hope within us. Renew in us a spirit that is positive, that affirms the foundation of justice, of brotherhood and sisterhood, the viability of common effort for the common good. Let our thoughts and deliberations this day be healthy and hopeful, free of rancor and despair. For this is, we know, the only time this day will ever be here. Lord, bless these delegates. Bless their spirits. Bless this house. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The members will answer the roll call by indicating their presence on the electronic voting board.
Hopefully everyone's here.
The clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, a quorum is present.
Pursuant to House Rule 3, I've examined and approved the Journal of the House of Delegates for February 9th and 11th, 2024. Motions and resolutions under Rule 39 pursuant to the provisions of Rule 40 are now in order. Does the clerk have any announcements or communications?
No, sir, not at this time. Therefore, in this first portion of the morning hour, pursuant to House Rule 40, the Speaker requests that you use your Request to Speak button for those items listed for reference up on the voting boards.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for the purpose of introduction.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was with extreme delight and honor that I introduce our clergy for the opening prayer today. The Reverend Ben Campbell is currently Pastoral Associate at St. Paul's Episcopal Church, right across the street from Capitol Square. He is also Pastor Emeritus of Richmond Hill Community, an ecumenical urban retreat dedicated to the healing of Richmond, located on Richmond Hill, and of which he was the visionary founder. Reverend Campbell is also a founding member of the board of the National Slavery Museum here in Chaco. The Reverend Benjamin Campbell is recognized, respected, and loved as Richmond's prophet, whom I'm privileged to know as a longtime friend and mentor. Reverend Campbell is well known as a tireless advocate for public education and public transportation, and for economic, social, and racial justice. He is author of the book, Richmond's Unhealed History. Prior to settling in Richmond, Reverend Campbell studied political economy and science at Williams College in Massachusetts and studied theology as a Rhodes Scholar in the Queen's College in Oxford. He received a master's in divinity and an honorary doctorate in divinity from the Virginia Theological Seminary in Alexander. Today, he is joined by his amazing and wonderful wife, Annie, who is well-loved and sought after as a third-grade teacher by parents and children for many years at Fox Elementary in Richmond. I hope that my House colleagues will join me today in offering a very warm House welcome to Reverend Benjamin B. Campbell and his wife, Annie.
Welcome and thank you, Reverend Campbell. The delegate from Caroline, Delegate Orrock.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for purpose of an announcement.
Delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, members of the body, you will notice on your desk this morning a cake pop. During Agriculture Committee hearings in the past week where we were discussing the pickle bill, individuals who are animal advocates waiting to hear action on measures of interest to them noticed that these were distributed and some individuals felt slighted. If you weren't on the Agriculture Committee, you didn't get one. So to alleviate that ill will, they wanted to bring these forward in a spirit of unity and love here this week of Valentine's Day. But also, Mr. Speaker, I feel important to share that since at least one member of the Agriculture Committee, who will remain nameless, had never experienced such an item before and thought it was for licking. There's cake inside. You don't lick the icing off. You eat it whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Laufer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a motion.
Delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House take up out of order H.R. 106 on page 163. I move to pass H.R. 106 until Thursday, February 15th.
The delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Laufer, moves that H.R. 106, found on page 163, go by until February 15th. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Goes by.
15th.
The delegate from Winchester, Delegate Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a request.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request H.R. 90, found on page 155, to be moved from the block and request to speak to that motion.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to remember and celebrate the extraordinary life of Amy Christina McFarland. On July 20th, 2023, as fate would have it, Amy embarked on her journey to heaven, leaving an indelible mark on our hearts. Amy's story is one of resilience, love, and unselfishness. Born with ataxic cerebral palsy, she faced life's challenges with unparalleled courage and determination. Despite being diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosa, which led to the loss of her vision at the tender age of 27, Amy never allowed her circumstances to define her limits. In the last few years of her life, she developed serious breathing difficulties due to her disability, yet her focus remained steadfastly on her abilities, not disabilities. Hospitalized on June 22, 2023 with pneumonia, Amy encountered a series of challenges, from emergency procedures to acute respiratory distress syndrome. Despite the adversities, her spirit remained unbroken. Her philanthropic spirit shone brightly as she engaged in numerous fundraisers and community events, even crafting and donating handmade items during the challenging times of COVID. Amy's dedication extended to supporting frontline workers at Winchester Medical Center and contributing to the Winchester SPCA for homeless animals. A true pageant queen, Amy's achievements were remarkable, earning awards at local, state, and national levels. Her advocacy efforts alongside her mother caught the attention of former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama, resulting in a White House invitation for their work in supporting the elderly and disabled. Amy's talents were not limited to pageantry. She sang the national anthem in American Sign Language during Military Appreciation Week in 2012. Media platforms, including the Winchester Star and Cable Talk TV, recognized her inspiring story. Amy's dream of creating Amy's Home for homeless animals lives on through her family, friends, and community, determined to honor her memory. Remembered for her love of life, Amy cherished concerts, cruises, and moments with family and friends. Her infectious positivity, sense of humor, and generous spirit touched everyone since she encountered. As we bid farewell to her earthly presence, we found solace knowing that Amy's light continues to shine brightly from heaven, forever illuminating our lives. Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns in the honor and memory of Amy McFarland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will report a resolution.
Page 155 of the printed calendar, House Resolution 90, celebrating the life of Amy Christina McFarland. Legislation is now before you.
The Delegate Wiley moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn in the honor and memory of Amy Christina McFarland. Those in favor of the motion shall rise. The motion is agreed to. The delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasool.
You just did them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the purpose of speaking to a motion.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. You know, we're only in these seats for a small period of time, and over the weekend we learned of the sad news that my predecessor, Delegate then Judge Ansley Ware, passed away after a short bout with cancer. He had quite a story, got mixed up in some things in the 70s, was shot, lost a leg, overcame that, became an attorney, was eventually elected to the House of Delegates. He was really a hustler in so many different ways. I received a lot of sage advice from Delegate Ansley Ware. First, in my general election, I said, Ansley, you know, the opposition in my general election, they're fielding a black candidate against me and trying to divide the vote. And Mr. Speaker, he said something really wise. He said, look, black voters, of course they're trying to root for black candidates many times, but don't underestimate them. They are looking for people who reflect their values first and foremost. And many times we underestimate them. And that was perfect advice that really helped me in my general election. But then he gave me some 3 points that he wanted me to follow once I got down here. If any of you have ever been to a Black Caucus event, you might squint and just notice that there's one of the members of the Black Caucus that's a shade off, myself. He said, I want you to go down to Richmond and talk to Chairwoman Mamie Locke, Senator Mamie Locke, and I would like for you to take my place in the Black Caucus because your values and what you fight for in your story really align. And I want to make sure on our side of the state that we've got some folks who can be that voice. So I went over to Senator Locke and I said, Senator Locke, I know you've talked with Ansley. I just want to get your thoughts. And she took me by the shoulder and she said, we will adopt you. And so for the next year, I was the adopted member of the Virginia Legislative Black Caucus till I earned my stripes. And I will tell you, that is a product of him saying we've got to make sure that the VLBC is represented in the western part of the state. Second, he said when you get here for the first year, the best advice I can give you is to sit down and shut up. That was very good advice. I did my best. There's a lot to learn from this place. There's a lot of institutional knowledge, and I listened very discreetly to that bit of advice that he gave me, and I'm glad that I did, because sometimes I wanted to speak when it wasn't the moment, and I learned to speak when I must and not when I can because of his advice. And the last piece, Mr. Speaker, he said, you're going to need to work across the aisle. He said, I don't care what's going on, Democrat, Republican, long term. This is a relationship business, and you're going to need to build relationships everywhere you go. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the man that I knew in the attorney, the delegate, the judge, Ansley Ware, my predecessor. And Mr. Speaker, I yield to the chairman from Prince William County, Delegate Luke Torian.
Delegate for Prince William, Delegate Torian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join my colleague from Roanoke in making some comments about my dear friend, the gentleman who embraced me when I was seated here in 2010, took me under his wings, and just like the gentleman from Roanoke, I sought counsel and advice from him. And indeed, what he said, delegate, come in, sit down, shut up, don't say anything, listen, and learn. And I did just that. For those of you who did not have the privilege of knowing Ansley Ware, he was his own individual. He would walk the Capitol grounds with his cigar, take a few puffs off of his cigar. If he didn't finish it, he'd take his fingers and punch out the fire and stick the rest of the cigar in his pocket for a moment later on in the day. One of the fond memories that some of us share with him in the old GA building is when, in the old building, Judge Ware had one of those offices where the windows would open. And some of us had the great privilege on occasion to go into his office with a special drink, a few sticks, open the windows, close everybody out, and just have a good old time in his office. We don't have open windows anymore. We're going to miss those. Mr. Speaker, we have lost a great gentleman. For those of us who were privileged to know Ansley Ware, he was a gentleman that all of us would have desired to know. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, that it do so in honor and memory of the Honorable Judge Ansley Ware.
The delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the motion.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I too was privileged to serve with Judge Ware, and you know, we've had a tremendous turnover here, and there are only so many people left that had the privilege of doing that. And I would say to a person, every single person who served with Ansley Ware remembered it, enjoyed it, and valued the time they had with him. He was affable, he was wise, he was kind, he was thoughtful, and I just associate myself with everything that's been said already in ways that I can't myself articulate, but I will always look back fondly at the interactions I had with Ansley Ware, because the respect he held in this body was truly bipartisan in nature, and he will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Torian, moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn in honor and memory of the Honorable Judge Ansley Ware. All in favor shall please rise. The motion is agreed to. Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a motion.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, on today's calendar on page 156, I would ask that we strike House Resolution 103 because it is duplicative of House Resolution 98. So I'd make that motion, sir.
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight, moves that we strike H.R. 103, found on page 156. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The clerk shall announce the next order of business.
Mr. Speaker, the second portion of the morning hour, member requests to move legislation from any uncontested calendar to the regular calendar. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of no such moves on this busy Monday before crossover.
Clerk shall announce the next order of business.
Third portion of the morning hour, reserved member requests for legislation to go by for the day, and if any such for the motion by the majority leader, I am aware of two, Mr. Speaker, simply on that last category, commending resolutions, page 161, Delegate Wiley has Resolution 83 by, to a date certain, by for the day. And then House, page 162, Delegate Bloxham, House Resolution 97, also by for the day.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the legislation as announced by the clerk go by for the day.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that the legislation as announced by the clerk go by for the day. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. Delegate from Fauquier, Delegate Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a motion.
The delegate has the floor.
I move to strike on page 161, H.R. 85, as we have a House joint resolution also on the calendar.
Would the delegate repeat that House Resolution
85.
85 on 161?
Yes, sir.
Delegate from Fauquier, Delegate Weber, moves that we strike H.R. 85 found on page 161. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, a point of order. Was it his motion to go by?
Though we're done. Right, recess.
Oh, you want to recess now? All right. I thought it was after third reading.
We have the third morning hour.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess for 30 minutes.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that the House stand in recess for 30 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The House is in recess for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the Democratic caucus and the Republican caucus will meet immediately upon the recess. Democrats in House Room 1, Republicans in House Room 2.
House will come to order. House will be at ease. The House will come to order. The delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Glass.
Gratitude, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request a return to the morning order for the purposes of an introduction.
The delegate has the floor.
Gratitude, Mr. Speaker. Dignified, poised, and professional, and embracing the future through today's emerging male leaders. Today in the gallery, we have the 200-plus men of Hampton Roads Committee, and I would ask if they would rise. Right. Hampton Roads Committee, 200-plus men, is a regional group of men dedicated to shaping and enhancing communities by empowering African American youth and adults to achieve their utmost potential through activities like their signature breakfast, the Scholar Academy, Brother to Brother, a camp where they take them outdoors, leading all the way to where they are today, to the Caravan, to the Capitol, to meet with you all and learn about civics education. These are our leaders of today, not tomorrow, but today I ask that the body welcome the 200-plus men, give them a warm house welcome.
Welcome to the Capitol today. The clerk will announce the next order of business.
And, Mr. Speaker, the fourth and final portion of the morning hour reserved for member requests for points of personal privilege.
The clerk will call the calendar.
Calendar for today, Monday, the day before crossover, February 12th, First category, House bills on third reading. Uncontested calendar, approximately 27 bills in the uncontested block spread between pages 1 through 10 of the printed calendar. They are as follows: House Bill 105, 141, 313, 322, 342, 350, 434, 453, 503, 577, 652, 763, 848, 855, 908, 995, 1005, 1052, 1073, 1237, 1241, HB 1270, HB 1318, HB 1362, 1389, and rounding out the calendar block, uncontested third reading, top of page 10, House Bill 1453 and House Bill 1545. That is the uncontested third reading final passage block.
Shall the bills pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 100, no 0.
Ayes 100, no 0. The bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, continuing today's calendar, House bills on third reading regular, spread across pages 11 through 25 if you're following that way.
Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the proper parliamentary component of what I'm going to ask, but there appears to be an issue with IHOD at the moment, and I think several members have their votes, how they intend to vote, recorded in IHOD. I wonder if we might be at ease for a moment.
The House will go at ease. The House will come to order. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, returning to page 11 of the printed calendar, beginning the category House Bills third reading final passage, regular calendar. 42 bills in this as we get ready to vote. First up, House Bill 62, relating to the establishment of animal cruelty conviction list.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 73, ayes 74, noes 26.
Ayes 74, noes 26. The bill passes.
House Bill 842, relating to school board pupil transportation alternatives requirements.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 81, noes 19.
Ayes 81, noes 19. The bill passes.
Over on page 12, continuing, House Bill 109 is now before you, relating to electric utilities, regional transmission entities, annual report.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 49.
Ayes 51, noes 49. The bill passes.
House Bill 139, requiring payment of prevailing wage for underground infrastructure works by public service companies.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 49.
Ayes 51, noes 49. The bill passes.
House Bill 333, relating to the Virginia Council on Environmental Justice, meetings and staffing, appointment of members.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 49.
Ayes 51, noes 49. The bill passes.
House Bill 426, directing the Board of Counseling to review the regulations of the licensure of professional counselors and develop an examination alternative to licensure that does not conflict with the requirements set forth in the Counseling Compact.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 54, noes 46.
Ayes 54, noes 46. The bill passes.
House Bill 442, relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, landlord remedies noncompliance with rental agreement payment plan.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 49.
Ayes 51, noes 49. The bill passes.
House Bill 572, relating to manufactured home parks, rights of residents.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 57, noes 43.
Ayes 57, noes 43. The bill passes.
Continuing third reading, regular calendar, top of page 14. Bill before you next is House Bill 590, relating to regulation of electronic gaming devices penalties.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 68, noes 30.
Ayes 68, noes 30. The bill passes.
House Bill 598, relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, landlord remedies noncompliance with rental agreement.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 50, noes 49.
Ayes 50, noes 49. The bill passes.
House Bill 606, directing the Board of Social Work to amend the regulations for the licensure of clinical social workers to allow an applicant who has taken but has not successfully completed the licensing examination to utilize an examination alternative.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 50, noes 45.
Ayes 50, noes 45. The bill passes.
House Bill 634, relating to residential dwelling units, rentals for 30 consecutive days or longer.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 99, noes 0.
Ayes 99, noes 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 645, relating to parking spaces reserved for charging electric vehicles, signs.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 59, noes 41.
Ayes 59, noes 41. The bill passes.
House Bill 657, relating to pedestrian control signals, applicability to persons riding bicycles and other devices.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 56, noes 42.
Ayes 56, noes 42. The bill passes.
Over on page 16, House Bill 698, relating to cannabis control, retail market penalties.
Shall the bill pass?
Speaker.
I'm sorry, the delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Leftwich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rise to speak to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So back in 1921, when we decriminalized marijuana, I did quite a bit of research. I grew up thinking that most of the opposition or fear of cannabis was a little bit hysterical. My father was a JDR judge, and he was adamantly opposed to it. I decided many years ago it just wasn't for me. But I grew up thinking, well, what's so wrong with it? In 21, when we decriminalized it, I did quite a bit of research. And what I found by looking at some jurisdictions that had adopted legalized market, including Europe, was that European countries that had embraced this for a number of years had begun to retreat from their policies. And there's one state in particular, Colorado, that, unlike other states, kept very, very specific records on the impacts of cannabis on their society. This is unlike, and these records were not records by a group that was opposed to legalization or retail market. These were their own internal records. And what I found, to my surprise, because I didn't really expect to find any real data saying how bad it was, but what Colorado found, and I made these facts known in 21 when I spoke against it, was that road fatalities doubled, suicides increased, poison control calls multiplied significantly, and the single largest age group was were children under 8 years old. Hospitalizations related to marijuana increased. The illegal market exploded. And several studies, which have been recreated, indicated that individuals who engage in smoking marijuana under age 25 were 6 times more likely to develop bipolar disorder or schizophrenia later on in life. And so fast forward 2 years, Virginia has had a decriminalized market for 2 years. But if you look at the last 2 years, road fatalities have increased significantly. Poison control calls have increased significantly, especially in young people. And so what I'm here to tell the body is that we're seeing these things that were evidenced in other states happening in Virginia. And many would say that creating a retail market is necessary because a safe product needs to be provided to the citizens of Virginia. It's going to eliminate the illicit market, and we want the tax revenue. Well, other states have found that it did not eliminate the illegal market. Dealers and pushers use that market to peddle their product. They lace the product with fentanyl to get consumers hooked on their product. The illicit market flourishes because the guy who sells it legally has to buy insurance, have a storefront, pay a license fee, pay tax, and hire people at minimum wage at least, if not a higher wage. And so the guy on the street corner just got a raise. We will not eliminate the illicit market, folks. The last thing I'd say is that Colorado, we say we want to do this so we can increase revenue. Colorado spends $5.1 for to deal with the societal effects of this, for every dollar they bring in revenue. And so it doesn't make money. And all we're doing on the backs of the citizens of the Commonwealth, raising money for something that's bad for our society. Now, I don't judge anyone. If someone wants to partake in it, that's their business. But what we're telling our youth is that this is okay. It will not harm them. It will not impact their future. It does. And I don't know that this speech is going to affect any vote in this body. But 5 years from now, you can't look at somebody and say, I didn't know and no one told me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Corner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the work of folks in both bodies who've been tackling this really important issue. And I rise to speak today as a mom You know, we have in our communities, marijuana is everywhere. You know, you walk outside of our building, and I've walked through a plume of smoke when I leave this building. And I'm speaking today because I want our kids to be as safe as possible. And I do believe having a safe retail market is the best way to do that. I believe improving this bill as it works its way through the system to increase education, to increase safety, to ensure that we know the products that are in our stores are safe is very, very important. Do I believe this will completely eliminate the illicit market? I would say no. It hasn't done it in cigarettes and alcohol and other things, but it's made it where the vast majority of product that's in our communities, it is safe. I rise today to say I'm a no today just because I had really hoped that the bill we started with in the special committee got a little bit better with some of those additional protections. But I am really hopeful that by the time these bills cross paths again after this week, that I get to a yes, because I do believe this is really important for our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Krizik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
Delegate has the floor.
We already have a $4 billion illegal, illicit market out there. Let's regulate it, put some safeguards on it, and let's deal with a lot of those concerns of my friend across the aisle. This is a good bill. We're still working on it. Let's vote aye.
Delegate from Buckingham, Delegate Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
Delegate has the floor.
I'm so disgusted with the federal government, I don't have words for it. I'm serious. There's no bad vote on this. I understand either vote on this. But if you Google search Schedule I controlled substances, substances for which there's no known medical use according to our federal government, you get ecstasy, heroin, LSD, and marijuana. A few years ago, I had the privilege of working with Senator Marsden across the aisle to get medical cannabis a hearing in Virginia, because we learned that children with intractable epileptic seizures, easy for me to say, were actually aided by cannabinoids. Decades ago, our federal government moved away from enforcing their own laws, but they won't change them. So here we sit a little bit closer to the people of the Commonwealth, trying to enact policy in the shadow of a federal government that won't even tell itself the truth. There's no bad vote on this bill. I'm going to vote against it because I can't vote to create a retail marketplace to legally exchange a product that our federal government says has no redeeming medical use and still makes illegal to possess. So if anybody's watching in Washington, I think that we can have a bipartisan moment of unity saying, why don't you guys get off your rear ends and enact a law that reflects the reality on the ground in which the 340 million Americans that you're supposed to serve live? There's no bad vote on this. I'm voting no, because how can we in Virginia act when the federal government still says that marijuana, LSD, ecstasy, and heroin have no redeeming medical use? Thank you.
The delegate from Rico, Delegate Willett.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just moving the pending question.
Do you want to, or we want to move on?
I want us to vote.
Okay. Shall the bill pass? Yeah, you can't be getting up saying, I want to do it. You're too polite. Clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, ayes 52, noes 48.
Ayes 52, noes 48. The bill passes.
Next up, third reading, regular, bottom of page 16, House Bill 817, relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, Manufactured Home Lot Rental Act, retaliatory conduct prohibited.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 67, noes 30.
Ayes 67, noes 30. The bill passes.
House Bill 942, relating to transportation network companies, publishing and disclosure requirements.
924.
I'm sorry, House Bill 924. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Topic 17, related to transportation network companies, publishing and disclosure requirements.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 52, noes 48.
Ayes 52, noes 48. The bill passes.
House Bill 925 relating to towing vehicles with expired registration, civil penalty.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 49.
Ayes 51, noes 49. The bill passes.
House Bill 962 relating to persons who are not citizens or national of the United States, terminology.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 53, noes 47.
Ayes 53, noes 47. The bill passes.
Over on page 18, continuing third reading regular House Bill 967 is before you, relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, fee disclosure statement.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 52, noes 48.
Ayes 52, noes 48. The bill passes.
House Bill 992, directing local departments of social services to enter into agreements with local workforce development boards regarding coordinated workforce development services for certain public benefits program participants.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 49.
Ayes 51, noes 49. The bill passes.
House Bill 993, relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, prohibited provisions, fees for maintenance and periodic payments.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 49.
Ayes 51, noes 49. The bill passes.
House Bill 996, relating to the Department of Housing and Community Development, Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, Manufactured Home Lot Rental Act, Notice of Tenant Screening Criteria.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 52, noes 48.
Ayes 52, noes 48. The bill passes.
House Bill 1077, relating to exception to stopping requirement, bicycle, electric personal assisted mobility device, electric power assisted bicycle, or motorized skateboard or scooter.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 52, noes 47.
Ayes 52, noes 47. The bill passes.
House Bill 1098, relating to unpaid family bereavement leave, required civil penalty.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 49.
Ayes 51, noes 49. The bill passes.
Over on page 20, House Bill 1183, relating to the Fort Monroe Authority, powers and duties.
Shall the bill pass?
What is today, the 12th?
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 100, noes 0.
Ayes 100, noes 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 1139, relating to the Fort Monroe Authority, land and utility ownership.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 99, noes 0.
Ayes 99, noes 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 1178, relating to the Commonwealth of Virginia Innovation Partnership Authority, Board of Directors membership.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 50, noes 49.
Ayes 50, noes 49. The bill passes.
Top of page 21, House Bill's third reading, continuing the regular calendar, House Bill 1190, relating to the Board for Contractors, offering or approving exams, language counterparts.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 59, noes 41.
Ayes 59, noes 41. The bill passes.
House Bill 1207, relating to the Department of Housing and Community Development, Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, Affordable Housing, Criminal Record Screening Model Policy.
Shall the bill pass?
Somehow.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 48.
Ayes 51, noes 48. The bill passes.
House Bill 1251, relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, material noncompliance by landlord, rent escrow relief.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 58, noes 42.
Ayes 58, noes 42. The bill passes.
Continuing over on page 22 of the printed calendar, House Bill 1266, relating to regulation of traffic, bicycles, and certain other vehicles.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 49, noes 49.
Ayes 49, noes 49. The bill does not. Bill fails.
House Bill 1272, relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, copy of rental agreement for tenant.
Shall the bill pass?
What's the right? Until they revive it.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 68, noes 31.
Ayes 68, noes 31. The bill passes.
House Bill 1278, relating to auricular acupuncture, use of the 5-needle protocol.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 97, noes 3.
Ayes 97, noes 3. The bill passes.
House Bill 1284, relating to collective bargaining by firefighters and emergency medical services providers.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 47.
Ayes 51, noes 47. The bill passes.
House Bill 1287, relating to regulation of towing companies' local authority.
Shall the bill pass? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 93, noes 5, abstentions 1.
Ayes 93, noes 5, abstentions 1. The bill passes.
House Bill 1370, relating to reporting of medical debt to consumer reporting agencies by certain healthcare providers, prohibited civil penalties.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 54, noes 46.
Ayes 54, noes 46. The bill passes.
Over on page 24, House Bill 1398, relating to preservation of affordable housing, definitions, civil penalty.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 54, noes 46.
Ayes 54, noes 46. The bill passes.
House Bill 1423, directing the Department of Medical Assistance Services to publish certain information related to home care services.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 64, noes 34.
Ayes 64, noes 34. The bill passes.
House Bill 1487, directing the Department of Housing and Community Development to translate certain forms and documents posted on its website into the 5 non-English languages most commonly spoken in Virginia.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 58, noes 40.
Ayes 58, noes 40. The bill passes.
And over on page 25, House Bill 959 relating to towing violations enforcement.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 98, noes 2.
Ayes 98, noes 2. The bill passes.
And the last bill in the category of third reading regular is House Bill 1243, relating to consumer protections, creation of Unfair Real Estate Services Agreement Act.
Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 98, noes 2.
Ayes 98, noes 2. The bill passes.
Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Kilgore, Delegate Scott.
Mr. Speaker, on page
Delegate Kilgore. Delegate
yeah,
from
that's
Scott.
all right. That's no problem. On page 14, House Bill 590, I would move that we reconsider the vote by which 590 passed so that a member can correct their vote.
Delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore, moves.
Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask if this is the last time that we will have the opportunity to vote on this, such that people should make sure what they're getting ready to do.
The answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Delegate from Scott. The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore, moves that we reconsider House Bill 590, found on page 14, so a member can reconsider their vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Shall the bill pass? House Bill 590. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 65, noes 34.
Ayes 65, noes 34. The bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, continuing with the calendar, next category, the large category of House bills on second reading uncontested calendar, 138 bills in the uncontested second reading block on pages 25 through 89 of the printed calendar, beginning with House Bill 18. House Bill 18 by Delegate Helmer. House Bill 18 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to hate crimes and discrimination, ethnic animosity penalties. This legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with an amendment nature as substitute.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 18 simply adds the word ethnicity to our current hate crimes legislation. I hope it is the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to.
Do you want to move the substitute?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Turning to page 26, continuing second reading uncontested calendar block. House Bill 42 is before you. It seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to civil immunity, dentists and dental hygienists, mental health treatment for health professionals.
House will come to order. We have 137 more bills to go through on second read, uncontested. Every member deserves to have their bill heard. I would ask every member to please respect the members. Keep your conversations low or go in the back. Thank you. The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 42 expands the program for healthcare provider fatigue and wellness statutory program. This is also called the Safe Haven program. It expands it and includes dentists and hygienists. Hope you have pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
Next up in the block is House Bill 126 to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to candidates for office. Persons entitled to have name printed on ballot, required campaign finance reports. Legislation Report Committee on Privileged Election with amendment nature substitute subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you. HB 126, as the clerk reported, requires that you file at least one campaign finance report by July 20th in the election year for your name to appear on the ballot. Hope it be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill, pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 134 would amend the Code of Virginia relating to fentanyl and other opioids, awareness of and education relating to risks. This legislation report Committee on Education with the substitute, and then subsequent reported by the Committee on Appropriations with line amendments drawn to the substitute so they're not in conflict.
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Converse Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move the substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 134 gets the Department of Education to gather stakeholders and put together education awareness through the Department of Education, and I hope it is the pleasure of this body to enroll the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 156. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia related to exemptions from jury service upon request. Age. This legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Delegate from York, Delegate Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill would simply move the jury age exemption from 70 to 73, which would line up with the judge retirement age. The bill made it through the Courts of Justice Committee unanimously, and I would quote my friend and colleague from Arlington, who said 73 looks younger and younger every year. I hope that it would be the will of this body to engross and pass this bill on to the third reading. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Kilgore.
From Scott.
Delegate Scott.
That's all right. That's all right.
A delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
Again? Yes.
Yes. On page 22, House Bill 1266, I would move that we reconsider, having voted on the prevailing side, I move that we reconsider that vote.
Delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore, moves that we reconsider House Bill 1266, which we failed to pass, found on page 22. All in favor of that motion say aye. Those opposed say no. The motion is agreed to. Are you ready, Madam Clerk? Shall the bill pass? The clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, ayes 51, noes 47.
Ayes 51, noes 47.
Mr. Speaker, returning
bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, returning to the bill's second reading on contested calendar block over on page 28, resuming the block. Next up is House Bill 172, which seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to family or household member definition penalty. Legislation Report Committee for Courts of Justice.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 172 expands the definition of family or household members for the purposes of definitions related to JDR, district courts, or multiple criminal procedure statutes. An individual who's legal custodian or a juvenile. Hope with the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
Next up is House Bill 199. Delegate Kreisig, legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Brownfield and Coal Mine Renewable Energy Grant Fund and Program. Allocation of funds, Legislation Report Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Kreisig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 199 amends the Virginia Brownfield and Coal Mine Renewable Energy Grant Fund and Program to allow for the use of state funds. I hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 200 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Commission on Updating Virginia Law to reflect federal recognition of Virginia tribes, sunset. Legislation Report Committee on Rules.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the body, House Bill 200 extends the sunset date of the Commission on Updating Virginia Law to reflect federal recognition of Virginia tribes for an additional 2 years to July 1st, 2026. Hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 261 seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to income tax rolling conformity. Legislation Report Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Delegate from Roanoke, Delegate McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the amendment.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 261 provides technical changes to our rolling conformity legislation that this body passed unanimously last year. If it's the will of the body, I ask this bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 269, requiring the Board of Education to amend certain regulations relating to the provisional career switcher license. This legislation reported to the Committee on Education with an amendment.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate
Thank you,
McQueen.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adopt the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 269 is provisional career switcher license. This bill corrects an equity issue by allowing individuals to obtain a provisional license in special education through its career switcher program. Moving this exclusion would allow colleges and universities to develop career switcher program for special education teachers. I move that. I hope it be the will of the body to move the bill and engross it and pass it on to its third reading.
Over on page 30, continuing with the block, second reading uncontested calendar. Bill before you is House Bill 309, seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Forestry, Forest Conservation Plan required. Legislation report to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake Natural Resources with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 309 requires the Department of Forestry, in coordination with other stakeholder advisory group, to develop a forest land and urban tree canopy conservation plan and update such plan every 5 years thereafter. Hopefully, pledge to the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
House Bill 339 seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to motor vehicle sales and use tax, exemptions, transfers, limited liability companies. Legislation reported from the Committee on Finance.
Delegate from Prince William, Delegate Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 339 permits LLCs to engage in the same type of transfers that we allow limited partnerships and other corporate entities. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third
House
reading.
Bill 374 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Minority Business Commission report sunset. Legislation reported to the Committee on Rules with amendments, and then subsequent reported from the Committee on Appropriations with a substitute.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Fagans.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the amendments.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the substitute.
You want the? Okay. You want to reject the amendments or accept the amendments?
Reject.
So you have to move the amendments.
I'd
and
like to move the
that they reject.
I'd like to move the amendment to be
and recommend that they be rejected.
To be rejected.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The amendments are rejected.
I'd like to move the substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 374 seeks to reestablish the Virginia Minority Business Commission and establish a sunset date of 2028. Currently, the commission has done commendable work to include creating a mentorship program for small women in minority business. For these reasons, I move to we engross and pass the bill, move it on to its third reading.
Mr. Speaker, top of page 32. Next up, House Bill 561 in the block, requiring the Virginia Center for School and Campus Safety and each local school board to report information relating to school security technology systems in their annual school safety audits. Legislation reported to the Committee on Communications, Technology, and Innovation. Subsequent reported from the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Askew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill requires the Virginia Center for School and Campus Safety to include the list of items to be reviewed and evaluated in school safety audits. Each school board to require all schools under supervision to review and evaluate in the annual school safety report audits information relating type of school security utilized. Mr. Speaker, I ask if it's a will of the body to engross this bill and pass it to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 574. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact a section of the Code of Virginia relating to recordation tax, value of interest conveyed. Legislation reported from the Committee on Finance and then subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Prince William, Delegate Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, HB 574 merely codifies current practice with determination of value in a real estate transaction. I move that the body engross the bill and pass on to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 581, which seeks to amend and reenact portions of the Code of Virginia relating to human trafficking response teams. Legislation reported Committee on County, Cities, and Towns with amendments, and then subsequently reported Committee on the Courts of Justice with line amendments, and those amendments don't appear to be in conflict.
The delegate from Newport News, Delegate Simons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee, you got to move one at a time?
Yeah, just
which one?
County, Cities, and Towns.
County, Cities, and Towns amendments. I move.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
I move the Appropriations Committee,
Courts of Justice
Committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. HB 581 requires attorneys for the Commonwealth to establish multidisciplinary teams to establish and review guidelines for combating human trafficking. I ask that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Turning to page 34, next up is House Bill 624. This legislation would amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public school funding, certain calculations, certain support service positions, programs for at-risk students. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with a substitute, and then subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a different substitute.
Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I move the House Committee on Education substitute and ask the body reject that substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
Substitute is not agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I move the House Committee on Appropriations substitute and ask the body to accept that.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the big omnibus bill from JLARC, which implements a number of short-term recommendations, including updating to bring the at-risk add-on inside of the formula, updating it to ensure that it reflects the number of at-risk students that we have, and also investing more in our English language learners. I hope that it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Also by Delegate Rasul, House Bill 626, which seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to public schools, certain local school divisions, youth and community violence prevention, community builders pilot program and fund established. Report. This legislation was reported by the Committee on Education, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriation with amendments.
The delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 626 is an innovative model where we invest in some of our middle schoolers in an at-risk program to ensure that we can set them on the right track so we can curb gang violence. I hope it be the will of the body to engross House Bill 626 and move it on to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 632, which seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to teachers, certain licenses and certificates. Legislation reported Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, first I move the substitute from the House Committee on Education.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 632 moves to try to increase reciprocity and at the same time see if we can get a few more teachers involved in career and technical education by creating a new pathway. I hope it be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Continuing with the block over on page 36, next up is House Bill 633. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact various portions of the Code of Virginia, all related to labor trafficking, forced labor, or service penalties. Legislation was reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Colonial Heights, Delegate Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, Virginia is the only state in the nation without a labor trafficking statute on the books. House Bill 633 would draw from existing federal law to create a standalone human trafficking statute in Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
House Bill 679 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to quarters for magistrates, certain minimum standards for security and accessibility. Legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Lefwich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides better access, public access, and security for magistrates' offices. I ask the bill be engrossed and passed its third reading.
House Bill 690 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to institutions of higher education, campus safety, governing boards of educational institutions, employment of security services, and personnel authorized. Legislation was reported to Committee on Education.
Delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 690 is a permissive bill that allows higher education centers to establish an on-campus security department. Move that we engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Top of page 37, continuing with the block, House Bill 696, authorizing the establishment of recovery high schools in certain superintendents' regions. Legislation was also reported to the Committee on Education.
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Tater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 696 allows any school board that governs a school division located in Superintendent's Region 2, 4, or 7 to establish a recovery high school. The opioid epidemic, coupled with mental health issues and the use of alcohol and other drugs, affects students across the state, and there are currently no recovery schools in Hampton Roads, Northern Virginia, or Southwest Virginia, so this bill will allow these divisions to establish one. Mr. Speaker, I hope it is the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 730 is up now. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to campaign finance, independent expenditure reports, electronic filing required. Legislation reported to the Committee on Privileges and Elections with an amendment subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 730 requires independent expenditures to file their campaign finance reports electronically. They're the only entity left that does not have to do so to date. I hope it is the pleasure of the House to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Top of page 38, continuing with the block, House Bill 731 seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to teachers' renewable license requirements assessments. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with an amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Prince William, Delegate Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 731 removes an unnecessary barrier to become a teacher at a time when the school divisions have more than 3,000 vacant teaching positions, as recommended by the 2023 K-12 Teacher Pipeline JLARC Group. This bill works to fix the leaky teacher pipeline and increase teacher diversity through the elimination of the Virginia Communication and Literacy Assessment. This bill also ensures that obsolete testing requirement does not push prospective teachers out of high-quality teacher positions, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 732, which seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public and elementary secondary schools policies and requirements relating to naloxone. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations with line amendments drawn to the substitutes. Therefore, they're not in conflict.
Delegate from Prince William, Delegate Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adopt the Education Committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopt the Appropriations Committee amendment.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 732 seeks to address the opioid epidemic by requiring all K-12 schools to stock, safely store, and train staff to use naloxone, a life-saving drug, which can reverse opioid overdoses in progress. In 2019, this body passed legislation which allowed schools to stock naloxone and train teachers on administrating it. Since then, the opioid epidemic has only gotten worse. Last year, the median opioid deaths for kids aged 10 through 19 increased 109%. Mr. Speaker, I move that this bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, House Bill 740 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to unlawful detainer, bifurcation of case, non-payment of rent. This legislation was reported to the Committee of Courts of Justice with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Richmond, Delegate Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that the House adopt the committee's substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you. Under current code, judges are required to bifurcate eviction cases upon request of the landlord, which separates eviction cases into two trial dates, one for determining possession and the second for determining how much the tenant actually owes. Under this bill, if a tenant contests the amount of rent and damages owed, then the court shall not bifurcate the case. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 807, which seeks to amend and reenact the Section Code of Virginia relating to the Behavioral Health Commission membership. Legislation was reported from the Committee on Rules.
Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 807 simply increases from 2 to 3 the number of House appointees from the House Committee on Appropriations to the Behavioral Health Commission. I hope it be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Next up in the block, House Bill 928 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to interference with commercial fishing vessels penalties. Legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Richmond County, Delegate Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 928 prohibits a person from intentionally interfering, impeding, or harassing a commercial waterman while he or she is working. It would also add that if a person is found guilty, they could lose their boating license and have to take a boating class. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Over on page 40 of the printed calendar, House Bill 1015 seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia, all relating to agricultural best management practices tax, agricultural equipment purchase tax credit, sunset date. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Finance.
Delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Wilt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1015 extends the sunset on the BMP and no-till equipment tax credit. I move the bill be engrossed and pass to its third reading.
House Bill 1024 seeks to amend and reenact different sections of the Code of Virginia relating to early childhood care and education system, limitations on pre-service training requirements. This legislation was reported by the Committee on Education, but with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Wilt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1024 simply requires the Department of Education to review their pre-service training requirements for appropriateness based on the age range of children served by staff. I move the bill be engrossed and pass to its third reading.
Next up, House Bill 1055, which seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Board of Directors of the Eastern Virginia Health Sciences Center at Old Dominion University, membership meetings removal. Legislation was supported from the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Knight.
Mr. Speaker, I move to substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, this is a cleanup and compromise bill from last year's merger of EVMS and Old Dominion. I move we engross the bill and pass to its third reading.
House Bill 1075 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Board of Education Imagination Library of Virginia Program and Fund established. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Appropriations with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Corner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill gets more books in the hands of infants through toddlers. If you like books and you like Dolly Parton, I would ask the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1083 seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Office of Education and Economics, administration of the Virginia Education and Workforce Longitudinal Data System report. Legislation reported to the Committee on Communications Technology Innovation with amendment nature substitute and subsequently reported by the Committee on Education.
Delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Corner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill brings more transparency to our data around education and workforce. I would hope that the body would engross it and pass it on to its third reading.
Over on page 42, House Bill 1084 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia related to disabled parking placards of validity fees. Legislation reported to the Committee on Transportation, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1084 doubles the maximum time a placard can be issued for 6 months to 12 months, so long as certification from a healthcare provider affirms that the applicant's temporary qualifying condition will continue for the designated length of time. It also waives a $5 fee associated with such a request. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
House Bill 1085 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Environmental Quality, PFAS, Identification Monitoring PFAS Advisory Council established. Report. Legislation reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with amendment nature substitute. Subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a different substitute.
Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the House Committee on Ag substitute and ask that the body reject that substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Substitute is not agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I move the House Appropriations substitute and ask that we accept that substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1085 is a big bill with regards to PFAS and trying to ensure that we're keeping our drinking water safe. There are a number of great provisions in here, but the key is we're trying to keep it safe at the source. I hope it be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Over on page 43, continuing with the block, House Bill 1087 seeks to amend and reenact a variety of sections of the Code of Virginia, all relating to the Department of Education and Virginia Community College System, College and Career Ready Virginia Program and Fund established. Legislation was supported by the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Corner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill brings dual enrollment programs to every single high school student in Virginia, regardless of your zip code. I would hope that the body would engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Bill 1089 seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to special education-related services, definition, records retention, duties of the Department of Education, parent engagement specialist, professional development, education program, preparation program, coursework. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with the substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations with line amendments drawn to the substitute, so therefore they're not in conflict.
Delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Corner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Committee on Education substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I move the Appropriations Committee amendment.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill improves our delivery of special education instruction for students. It brings us in compliance with the things we have been failing our students with disabilities in. It also improves general education instruction and special education instruction and improves resources throughout the entire Commonwealth for our families. I would ask the body engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Over on page 44, continuing with the block, House Bill 1105. This legislation seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to housing, a zoning and housing production fund created, affordable dwelling unit policy incentives report. Legislation was reported from the Committee on General Laws with line amendments, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move the committee amendment.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say
There's an amendment and then there's a sub, so you need to move the committee amendment and reject it, presumably.
Do you want to reject it for the sub? So you make a recommendation that the amendment be rejected?
No, I don't want it to be rejected. I want it to be accepted, and then I want the appropriations substitute accepted.
Can't do both. You can't. House will be at ease. From Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move the committee amendment in order that can be rejected.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not agreed to. Delegate from Richmond City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move the appropriation substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
HB 1105 establishes a pilot incentive grant program administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development for localities who opt into affordable housing zoning practices currently available to them. Grants can be used for expenditures, including the production of affordable housing, but also including school construction, public safety facilities, libraries, parks, stormwater or water and sewer lines, among other public good projects. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
Over on page 45, next up is House Bill 1108. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, construction management and design build contracting. Legislation reported to the Committee on General Laws with a substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move the committee a substitute in order that it can be rejected.
No. You want to accept this one?
Yeah, just adopt the general law substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
And then just keep going.
Thank you. All right, HB 1108 creates more fairness, better competition, and more transparency with construction management as a method of public procurement. Comprehensive updates to construction management were made in 2017. This bill updates them by including feedback from the DGS Public Procurement Works Group, which deliberated this topic over the past summer. The recommendations were used to craft a broad consensus bill, which is substitute is now before the body. Another note of the substitute is the enactment clause, which will direct DGS along with House Appropriations and Senate Finance and Appropriations to update the General Assembly on the results of these changes in 2029. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
House Bill 1187 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to Schedule III drugs, xylazine. Legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment nature of substitute.
Delegate from Middlesex, Delegate Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1187 criminalizes the illicit use of xylazine. Specifically, the bill establishes criminal penalties for manufacturing, distributing, or dispensing, or possessing with intent to manufacture, distribute, or dispense xylazine for illicit use, making a Class 5 felony. It establishes criminal penalties for possession intended for human consumption, making it a Class 1 misdemeanor, and it also provides an exemption for manufacturing, distributing, or dispensing, or possessing xylazine for legitimate veterinary use. I would hope that it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Over on page 46, next up in the block is House Bill 1224. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact three sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Motor Vehicles fees. Legislation reported to the Committee on Transportation, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriation with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Runyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, this bill reduces the fee for the issuance of an original, duplicate, reissue, or renewal of special identification card without a photograph. Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
House Bill 1231. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to school boards, eligibility for Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps program in schools and local school division. Legislation reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move the substitute from the Education Committee.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1231 is a bill to direct the Department of Education to notify each school board of federal law requiring that junior ROTC eligibility of homeschool students. The bill simply ensures that our schools are following federal law and that no student is excluded from the junior ROTC programs at the time when military recruitment is significantly down. I hope it would be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to the third reading.
House Bill 1242 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to emergency custody and temporary detention orders, valuations, presence of others. Legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Henrico, Delegate Willett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, this bill amends the evaluation process for emergency custody and temporary detention orders by requiring that a family member or legal guardian of the individual be allowed to be present unless that individual objects or the evaluator determines that their presence would interfere with patient care or create a medical, clinical, or safety risk. I hope that's the will of this body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1249 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to security for costs, suits by non-residents. Legislation reported to the Committee of Courts of Justice with an amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Patrick, Delegate Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1249 is a recommendation of the Boyd Graves Conference. This bill provides that in any legal action taken by a plaintiff who is not a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia that may be required to have such plaintiff post a security for the court costs. I ask that the body engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1256 seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to larceny offenses venue. Legislation was reported to the Committee of Courts of Justice.
Delegate from Richmond County, Delegate Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1256 will allow grand larceny and embezzlement cases to be prosecuted in any county or city where the victim of the offense resides if it could not be determined where the crime was committed. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1279 would require the Department of Education and the Department of Health to review the school health entrance form. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1279 requires the Department of Education and the Department of Health to examine the Department of Health's school health interest form for physical exams as well as immunizations as required. It establishes a work group of stakeholders that will be charged with making recommendations for automating and digitizing necessary forms for today's required hard copies. I move that the bill be engrossed and moved on to its third reading.
Mr. Speaker, over on page 48, House Bill 1324. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to issuance of restricted driver's license for multiple convictions of driving while intoxicated, completion of specialty dockets. This legislation was reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with an amendment.
Delegate from Hanover, Delegate Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, House Bill 1324 provides that a person whose driver's license has been revoked for multiple convictions of DWI may file a petition for the issuance of a restricted driver's license without having to wait for the expiration of 3 years from the date of his last conviction when such person's last conviction resulted from a final order being entered by a court after successful completion of the Veterans Treatment Court Program, Behavioral Health Docket, or other specialty docket. Mr. Speaker, hope it will be the will of the House to engross this bill and pass on to its third reading.
Next up in the block, middle of page 48, House Bill 1335. It seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to motor vehicle value, J.D. Power's official used car guide. Legislation was reported to the Committee of Courts of Justice.
Delegate from Falk Hill, Delegate Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1335 for certain cases uses the HD Power official used power guide instead of the now out of print NADA. I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
House Bill 1338 is legislation that seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to courthouse and website posting of notices. Legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1338 expands the places that you can post legal notices to any court clerk, sheriff, or commissioner of counts on their website or at a location that's conspicuous to the public. It will be a pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Herring. Alexandria, I'm sorry. Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until 12:45. And speaking to that motion,
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that we have pizza here. So, and thank you to the Delegate 100 and enjoy. Thank you.
The House will be in recess. Oh, the delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that the House stand in recess. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. We're in recess. The House will come to order. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we resume on page 49, House Bill second reading, that large uncontested calendar block. Page 49, next up, beginning with Delegate Shin's House Bill 1342, which is now before you. It seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to certain baccalaureate public institutions of higher education, on-campus student health centers, certified sexual assault forensic examiners, physical evidence recovery kits. This legislation is before the Committee on Education with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Shin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1342 requires each baccalaureate public education institution that has an on-campus student health center to either staff the center with at least one certified sexual assault forensic examiner for the purpose of administering a physical evidence recovery kit to any student who is in need of such a kit, or they must enter into a memorandum of understanding with a local organization or entity that is capable of providing such services. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 1345, which seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to high school graduation requirements, satisfaction of elective course credits with workforce credentials, development and maintenance of a list for accepted credentials. Legislation reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House to adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you. HB 1345 allows students to substitute elective credits for industry-approved workforce credentials. Mr. Speaker, I hope that is the will of the body to engross and pass it on to the third reading.
Continuing with the block, next up, House Bill 1357 seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia related to Institute for Advanced Learning and Research, Board of Trustees, powers and duties, specialized non-credit workforce training. This legislation was brought to the Committee on Education.
The delegate from Taskville, Delegate Moorfield.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1357 would add statutory language for the IALR to allow the Institute to independently offer non-credit training programs like ADTM if they are not able to be offered to a community college or partner in the region. I move to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, top of page 50, House Bill 1375. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Mixed Delivery Grant Program and Child Care Subsidy Program established. This legislation was brought to the Committee on Appropriations with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Gardner.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, 1375 simply codifies two Virginia early childhood education programs, Mixed Delivery Program and the Child Care Subsidy Program, and removes it from the General Appropriation Act. I hope that it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, House Bill 1377 seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Soybean Board, assessment from sale of soybeans. Legislation was brought to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources.
Delegate from Fauquier, Delegate Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 1377 aligns the Virginia soybean assessment with federal language. I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
House Bill 1388 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to alert for missing or endangered children, Virginia Critical Operation for a Disappeared Child Initiative, CODI Alert Program. This legislation was brought to the Committee on Public Safety with a substitute and then subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1388 addresses the shortcomings of the Amber Alert system by properly verifying that a child is missing or endangered, exploited, or abducted and reporting such information to the Virginia State Police. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 1403, which seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to dam safety, flood prevention and protection assistance fund, percentage of funds available, owner match requirements. Legislation support of the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources.
The delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Laufer.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
HB 1403 amends requirements in the dam safety, flood prevention and protection assistance fund in order to provide more funding support for owners of regulated dams. I hope it's the pleasure of the body to engross HB 1403 and move it to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, House Bill 1435 seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to subpoenas, release of witness. This legislation was brought from the Committee of Courts of Justice.
The delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1435, this bill is a recommendation of Boyd Graves Conference. It makes the provisions governing a release of a witness from a subpoena applicable to a subpoena issued at the request of a party or by the request of an attorney representing a party. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 1445 seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to New College Institute duties. This legislation is reported to the Committee on Education with amendments.
The delegate from Henry, Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee's amendment.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1445 requires the New College Institute to design and implement, in collaboration with the Department of Labor, Industry, Community College System, State Council on Higher Education, Virginia Board of Workforce Development, and other agencies and organizations, any workforce development programs necessary to support the initiatives of the Commonwealth, including adult education and workforce training programs. Hope it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1449 seeks to amend and reenact 3 sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Coastal Resilience Collaborative at the College of William and Mary in Virginia. Legislation reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources.
Delegate from James City County, Delegate Batten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1449 is a code cleanup that changes policy references from the Coastal Policy Center at William & Mary School of Law to the Virginia Coastal Resilience Collaborative at the College of William & Mary in Virginia. I ask the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1451 seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the standards of learning assessments, expedited retakes, eligibility. This legislation is reported to the Committee on Education with an amendment.
The delegate from Henry County, Delegate Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee's amendment.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1451 deals with the standards of learning assessments, expedited retakes, and eligibility. It requires the Board of Education to develop policies establishing that any student in grades 3 through 12 who scores 375 to 399 range on an SOL assessment shall be eligible to retake such assessment on an expedited basis while continuing to offer intervention services after the student retakes the assessment as needed. Hope it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 1458, seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Chief Resilience Officer of the Commonwealth, Office of Commonwealth Resilience. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1458 will help us build a climate-ready Commonwealth. This bill establishes a Chief Resilience Officer for Virginia, whose job it will be to support resilience efforts across the board and fully leverage local, state, and federal funding. I hope it will be the will of the House to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 1477, seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia, all related to public schools, instructional time. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1477 seeks to maximize the seat time so we can improve our competency-based education system. I hope you will the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1508. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to assessment of omitted taxes, erroneous payments. Legislation reported to the Committee on Finance with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Wilk.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1508 would allow certain retail sales tax payments erroneously remitted by a taxpayer to the department to be applied as a credit to any of the taxpayer's delinquent use tax liability for tax years on or after January 1, 2017. I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Next up, House Bill 1518, which seeks to amend and reenact 2 sections of the Code of Virginia relating to research and development expenses tax credits. Legislation reported to the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Glass.
Gratitude, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendment.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1518 would reduce the annual aggregate tax cap for the major research and development expense tax credit and increase the annual aggregate tax credit for the research, development, and expense tax credit. I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
House Bill 55 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to primary elections, candidates for nomination, withdrawal of candidacy resulting in unopposed primary cancellation, and nomination procedure. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Privileges and Elections with an amendment.
Delegate from Lunenburg, Delegate Wright.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee amendments, please.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 55 provides a mechanism for canceling a primary election when early voting has already begun and a candidate in the primary election withdraws his candidacy, leaving only one candidate who is now unopposed for nomination at the primary election. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just briefly say this is something that happened to me last year. My primary opponent dropped out of the primary late in the process, and the primary could not be stopped, and all the localities had to pay thousands of dollars to have a primary with me as the only candidate. So I'd ask the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading. Thank you.
Continuing with the uncontested second reading calendar block, top of page 56, House Bill 102 seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to compensation of court-appointed counsel. Legislation was reported to the Committee of Courts of Justice with an amendment nature substitute on the 2nd of February, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a differing substitute.
Delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reeser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Courts of Justice Committee substitute and request the body reject it.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? No. Substitute is rejected.
I now move that we adopt the Appropriations Committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 102 raises the statutory cap on court-appointed counsel fees. I move the body engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
House Bill 143 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to utility work database. This legislation is reported to the Committee on Transportation with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 143 creates a utility work database that will inform localities of impending work that's being done in their area. I move that the House engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
House Bill 144. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to change in speed limits notification. This legislation is reported to the Committee on Transportation with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reed.
I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 144 directs VDOT to provide advance notification to localities in the event that there's a speed limit change. I move that the House engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, reaching the halfway point of the 138 in this category, House Bill 218 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to health insurance, healthcare provider panels, continuity of care. Legislation reported to the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendment nature substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Spotsylvania, Delegate Orrock.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, members of the body, this simply clarifies some language from last year's Continuity of Care Act, making sure patients have adequate protections, and also that we further define for the healthcare providers what a true patient relationship with them is. I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 285 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Uniform Statewide Building Code bus shelters. This legislation reported to the Committee on General Laws with an amendment.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate McQuinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 285 updates the Code of Virginia to streamline the bus stop installation procedure along state-owned roadway right-of-ways and create a more uniform process. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading. Thank you.
Turning to page 58, House Bill 310 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the maximum number of judges in each judicial district and circuit. Legislation was reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment nature substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Speaker, I move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendment
Substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 310 increases the maximum number of each judicial district and circuit by 6. The bill is the recommendation of the Committee on District Courts and Judicial Council of Virginia. It will be a pleasure to the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 316 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Recycling Development Center established report. Legislation reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources. Amendment nature substitute subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Bolivar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 316 creates the Virginia Recycling Development Center. The center will work with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, the Department of General Services, and public and private recycling and industry groups to build recycling markets, address supply chain issues, and invest in local and regional collection infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 325, seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the PA Licensure Compact. This legislation is supported by the Committee on Health and Human Services with an amendment.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Glass.
Gratitude, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendment.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Gratitude, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 324 allows the Commonwealth to enter into an interstate compact for licensing physician assistants. This will allow physician assistants in Virginia to be licensed in multiple states. I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Top of page 60. Next up in the block is House Bill 368, directing the Board of Housing and Community Development to convene a stakeholder advisory group to evaluate and recommend revisions to the Uniform Statewide Building Code to permit Group R2 occupancies to be served by a single exit. Report. Legislation was reported to the Committee on General Laws with amendments.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee amendments.
Shall the amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 368 will direct the Board of Housing and Community Development to provide recommendations for allowing a single exit stairway to serve multifamily residential structures up to 6 stories in height for more efficient use of land and more types of development. Mr. Speaker, I hope it is the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 425 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Motor Vehicles, release of privileged information. This legislation reported to the Committee on Transportation with an amendment.
Delegate from York, Delegate Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill would allow the DMV to release information to individual parties to one of the department's administrative procedures. This bill went through several iterations, and we've come up with a really good bill that narrows the new code. It accomplishes the bill's original intent. It's my hope and the will of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Top of page 61, House Bill 431. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to pro tempore judicial appointments, criminal background checks, financial disclosures. Legislation reported to the Committee on for Courts of Justice with an amendment.
Delegate from Smith, Delegate Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, HB 431 requires that pro tem judges, those are judges appointed by the circuit court to the district court level, undergo criminal history record search, the child abuse registry search, and provide a written statement of economic interest. Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 435 seeks to amend and reenact different portions of the Code of Virginia relating to law enforcement officers' exposure to bodily fluids, petition to the General District Court by local attorney for the Commonwealth. This legislation reported by the Committee on Health and Human Services, also reported by the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Delegate from Smith, Delegate Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the body, HB 435 permits but does not mandate that local Commonwealth attorneys may file a petition on behalf of an officer that is exposed to the bodily fluids of another. Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Top of page 60, continuing with the block, House Bill 460 would continue the Cumberland's Airport Commission provide for its rights, powers, duties, and functions and to repeal a portion of the Acts of Assembly of 1958, which created the Cumberland Airports Commission. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Transportation, subsequently reported by the Committee for County, Cities, and Towns with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 460 sets out a new charter for the Cumberland Airport Commission. Hope it be the pleasure of the House to engross in the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 489 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to insurance, fire programs, fund assessment, and purposes. Legislation reported to Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Buckingham, Delegate Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 49 amends the Fire Programs Fund to allow localities to broaden their use of these ATL funds to include recruitment, retention, and mental health. I ask that it be the pleasure of the body to engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
House Bill 511 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to out-of-state healthcare practitioners' temporary authorization to practice assisted living facilities. This legislation is reported by the Committee on Health and Human Services.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 511 simply adds assisted living facilities to the list of locations where healthcare providers may practice for 90 days while they pursue their Virginia license. I hope it'll be the will of the body to engross and pass on to its third reading.
House Bill 515 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to discharge of individuals from state hospitals or training centers. Legislation reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, the substitute before us directs the Department of Behavioral Health to develop a pilot program related to the discharge of individuals at one state hospital. This is related to our extraordinary barriers list. Hope it be a pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
House Bill 601 seeks to amend two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to health insurance, emergency services, mobile crisis response services. Legislation reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 601 amends the definition of emergency services to include mental health services or substance abuse services. Hope it be the pleasure of the House to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Top of page 64, House Bill 607 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Commission to End Hunger report. Legislation reported to the Committee on Rules, subsequently reported by Appropriations.
Delegate from Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 607 would establish the Commission to End Hunger to examine current experiences of hunger from a comprehensive view, from early childhood and school-age children's access to and quality of school meals to working families in food deserts. I hope it would be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
House Bill 742 seeks to amend and reenact three sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the State Board of Elections, Commissioner of Elections. Legislation reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The substitute now creates a nonpartisan election commissioner that would no longer be under the governor but would be chosen by the State Board of Elections. It also lays out the timeline for how we get to the point of having a nonpartisan election commissioner. So I move that we engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
House Bill 782. This legislation would amend and reenact three sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Human Rights Act, dual-filed civil actions. This legislation was reported to the Committee on General Laws with amendments.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will better align state-level discrimination investigations with the federal EEOC investigations, providing for a more efficient, predictable, and uniform process for both complainants and respondents. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 787. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Administrative Process Act, exemptions, limitations, appeals of cases, decisions regarding benefits sought. This legislation reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services with an amendment, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 787 provides that in appeals of case decisions regarding the grant of denial of TANF, Medicaid, supplemental nutrition, or SNAP benefits, general relief, or auxiliary grants, the review shall be based on the agency of record, and the court may enter immediate relief. Hope it be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
Over on page 66, House Bill 790 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia relating to registration of tobacco product retailers, purchase, possession, and sale of retail tobacco products products and liquid nicotine tax penalties. The legislation originally was reported for the Committee on General Laws with a substitute, and then subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with line amendments drawn to the substitute. Therefore, they're not in conflict.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
But, Mr. Speaker, did I hear the clerk say that they're not in conflict, so I would want to move the general laws substitute?
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
And I would also like to move the Committee on Appropriations amendments.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 790 regulates the retail sale of vape products and tobacco products in Virginia. It does have a reenactment clause. Hope it be a pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Top of page 67, House Bill 794. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact portions of the Code of Virginia related to statutory agents, service of process. Legislation reported to the Committee on Courts of Justice, subsequent by the Committee on Labor and Commerce.
Delegate from Prince William, Delegate Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 794 is a recommendation of the Boyd-Graves Conference that will clean up issues around service of process for those that are served through statutory agents. Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 794 be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 800 is legislation that seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to public service companies, pole attachments, cable television systems, and telecommunications service providers. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 800 deals with the deployment of broadband in Virginia and addresses actual implementation of the expansion of broadband. It provides for resolution of conflicts through the SCC. We want to ensure that the attachments are done in consistent with federal guidelines and regulations. There is a protocol for the there's a protocol outline for attachments. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Over on page 68, House Bill 815 is before you now. It seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to medical cannabis program, product expiration, confidentiality, penalty. Legislation reported to the Committee on General Laws with amendments.
Delegate from Colonial Heights, Delegate Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, I move the amendments.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, this bill provides for a small technical cleanup of the medical cannabis program, and I move it that the body engross the bill and move it to its final passage.
Continuing with uncontested second regular block, bottom of page 68, is now House Bill 816, which seeks to amend and reenact a portion of the Acts of Assembly of 2022 relating to the effective date of procedures for conducting meetings held through electronic communication means during declared states of emergency. Legislation, Madam Speaker, is reported for the Committee on General Laws.
The delegate from Colonial Heights, Delegate Cherry.
Madam Speaker, this bill comes at the request of the FOIA Council in response to a recent Supreme Court ruling. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
Next up, also by Delegate Cherry, is House Bill 818. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act definitions. This legislation also is reported to the Committee on General Laws with amendments.
The delegate from Colonial Heights, Delegate Cherry.
Madam Speaker, I move the amendments.
Shall the amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to. Delegate Cherry.
Madam Speaker, this comes at the request of the FOIA Council in response to a recent Supreme Court ruling. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
House Bill 852. This legislation would amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to local government ordinances related to fire departments, billing on behalf of volunteer fire departments. Legislation reported again from the Committee on General Laws with an amendment.
The delegate from Patrick, Delegate Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to. Delegate Williams, sorry.
Madam Speaker, House Bill 852 provides that a governing body of any county, city, or town in which a fire department is established may make ordinance related to the powers and duties of the fire department as it deems proper. This includes billing on behalf of volunteer fire departments for emergency medical services provided. I ask that the body engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Top of page 70, House Bill 892 seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia, all related to the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Department of Forestry, Office of Farmland Preservation Transfer. This legislation reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with amendments, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Bolova.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move that we adopt the committee amendments.
Shall the amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to. Delegate Bulova.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 892 transfers the Office of Farmland Preservation from the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services to the Department of Forestry and creates a new consolidated Office of Working Lands Preservation. The consolidated office will create efficiencies and economies of scale that will benefit both farmers and foresters and will make it easier for agencies like the Virginia Cooperative Extension to deliver training and technical assistance. Madam Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, over on page 71, House Bill 909 is now before you, which would direct the Department of Medical Assistance Services and the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services to submit state plan amendments to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to seek to modify the program rules for certain 1915C home and community-based services Medicaid waivers. The legislation was reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services with amendments and then subsequently reported from the Committee on Appropriations with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Shin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Health and Human Services Committee amendment and ask that the body reject that amendment.
Shall the Health and Human Services amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The Health and Human Services amendments are not agreed to.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Next, I'd like to move the Appropriations Committee substitute and ask that the body do accept this substitute.
Shall the Appropriations Committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Delegate Shin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 909 directs DMAS to modify Virginia's HCBSM waivers to lift the weekly limit for legally responsible individuals, or LRIs, with more than one waiver receiving child, to eliminate the requirement that an LRI can only be the last resort provider, and to allow LRIs who are also step-parents or legally responsible individuals to be allowed to be the employer of record. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, House Bill 989 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to elections administration, duties of the Department of Elections, required election, and voter participation information on the Internet. Legislation reported to the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to. Delegate Tran.
Madam Speaker, this bill requires Virginia's Department of Elections to translate and publish key voting information in the 5 most widely spoken languages other than English in Virginia, ensuring that people are not disenfranchised by language barriers. I hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third read.
House Bill 998. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to conduct of elections, electoral board to meet to ascertain results, permitted period of adjournment. This legislation reported to the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Delegate Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HB 998 comes at the request of the Voter Registrars Association of Virginia, permits local electoral boards, when meeting after an election, to extend the deadline to ascertain the results of an election from 7 to 10 calendar days. The bill desires to lessen the workload on voting registrars and increase the accuracy and integrity of our election system. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 1018 seeks to amend and reenact 2 sections of the Code of Virginia relating to powers of investigators, enforcement of certain tobacco laws. Legislation was reported to the Committee on General Laws.
The delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Wilt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1018 explicitly allows the Office of the Attorney General's Tobacco Enforcement Section investigators to remove unstamped cigarettes when conducting investigations. I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Now before you is House Bill 1019. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to health insurance for local employees. Legislation reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with an amendment.
The delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Wilt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the committee amendment.
Shall the amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to. Delegate Wilt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1019 allows elected officials or non-benefited employees of a locality to participate in the group health plan for the locality if the locality permits them to do so and they fully reimburse the cost or, as amended, forgo some of their portion of their salary. I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 1022 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to universal licensure for certain law enforcement officers. Legislation reporting from the Committee on Public Safety with an amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Wilt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Delegate Wilt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1022 establishes in code an expedited process for those law enforcement officers with prior experience and have a good record of service to receive abbreviated training that is not duplicative in order for our agencies to attract and retain the talent they need. I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 1068. This legislation would direct the Board of Pharmacy to promulgate regulations related to pharmacy outsourcing and pharmacy technician remote database access and to convene a work group to review issues related to prescription processing delays. Report. The Legislation Report Committee on Health and Human Services, amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Middlesex, Delegate Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Delegate Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1068 directs the Board of Pharmacy to promulgate regulations related to the pharmacy outsourcing and pharmacy technician remote database access. It also directs the Board of Pharmacy to adopt emergency regulations to implement the provisions of the bill. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, top of page 74, printed calendar, House Bill 1069 is before you now. It seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia, all relating to liquid nicotine and nicotine vapor products, certification and directory penalties. Legislation was reported to the Committee on General Laws with an amendment nature substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations, which has line amendments drawn to that substitute, so they're not don't appear to be in conflict.
Right, the delegate from Henrico, Delegate Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move adoption of the General Laws Committee substitute.
Shall the General Laws Committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Delegate Willett.
Madam Speaker, I also move adoption of the amendments from the Committee Appropriations Committee.
Shall the Appropriations Committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The Appropriations Amendment is agreed to. Delegate Willett.
Thank you. HB 1069 requires the Attorney General to establish and maintain a directory that lists all liquid nicotine or nicotine vapor product manufacturers and liquid nicotine products for retail sale for which current and accurate certification forms have been submitted. This bill requires the Attorney General to remove or exclude from such directory any product that's not in compliance with that. I hope it's the will of this body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1101 seeks to amend and reenact a section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act professional services definition. Legislation Support Committee on General Laws.
The delegate from Winchester, Delegate Wiley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HB 1101 adds the definition of professional services for use throughout the Virginia Public Procurement Act, services of an investment and financial advisor procured by the Department of the Treasury. I hope it's will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on its third reading.
House Bill 1110 seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to toll facilities vehicle owner. Legislation was reported from the Committee on Transportation.
Delegate from Hanover, Delegate Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1110 clarifies that any automobile rental or leasing company who receives an electronic toll invoice shall provide the rental agreement or lessee's information within 30 days of receipt for the purpose of collecting any unpaid tolls. This bill will reduce lengthy delays in receiving driver information from some rental or leasing companies. Madam Speaker, I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1112, also by Delegate Wyatt. This one seeks to amend and reenact section of the bill, section of the Code of Virginia relating to auto recyclers database search. Legislation reported Committee on Transportation, this time with an amendment.
Delegate from Hanover, Delegate Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Delegate
Thank you,
Wyatt.
Madam Speaker. House Bill 1112 requires that any auto recycle or salvage yard who takes possession of a vehicle without a certificate of title, salvage certificate, or non-repairable certificate, who then notifies the DMV that now must verify a nationally recognized vehicle title database for owner, lien information, or crime-related database to verify the person is lawfully delivering the car to the recycler, regardless of the vehicle's age. This bill will protect
vehicle owners, lien holders, recyclers against fraud, when an individual may abruptly sell a vehicle to a recycler or salvage yard without processing a title or being the proper owner of that vehicle. Madam Speaker, I hope it'll be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, top of page 76, House Bill 1125 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Business Ready Expedited Permitting Program established. This legislation is reported to the Committee on General Laws with amendment nature substitute. Subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to. Delegate Carr.
Thank you. HB 1125 establishes the Virginia Business Ready Expedited Permitting Program under the authority of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. Under this program, VEDP could designate up to 2 business sites and 6 projects each year for expedited permit review. The bill requires that projects and sites, when possible, are distributed across the state. VEDP acts as the permit concierge, facilitating necessary permits and guiding expedition with the localities. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
House Bill 1132 seeks to amend and reenact several sections of the Code of Virginia relating to insurance. Annual actual loss ratio report by dental carriers. Legislation is reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with an amendment.
The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to. Delegate Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, HB 1132 simply requires dental insurance carriers to disclose their actual loss ratio. It also requires that a working group be established and evaluate the need for changes regarding fairness in dental carrier business practices. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Now before you is House Bill 1134. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to health insurance prior authorization. Legislation is reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with an amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Henrico, Delegate Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Delegate Willett.
Thank you. HB 1134 makes 2 changes to the prior authorization process utilized by health insurance plans. First, it prohibits retrospective denials during the active treatment. And then second, it extends the grace period from 30 to 90 days. Madam Speaker, I hope it will be the will of this body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Now before you is House Bill 1182, seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Professional and Occupational Regulation, Board for Professional Soil Scientists, Wetlands Professionals, and Geologists, Professional Wetlands Delineator Certification Requirements. Legislation is reported to the Committee on General Laws with an amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Enos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1182 makes changes to the voluntary certification requirements for Virginia's professional wetland delineator certification to better align with the Universal Licensing Recognition Statute. As substituted, this bill will reduce the years of experience required to become a wetland delineator. Madam Speaker, I hope it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and move it on to the third reading.
Questions on the committee substitute? You want to move it?
I move that the bill be substituted.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Continue with the block, top of page 78 of the printed calendar. Now before you is House Bill 1185, seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Board of Health, Department of Health Professions, Prescription Monitoring Program, Overdose Information. Legislation reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services with amendments, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Henrico, Delegate Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move adoption of the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Delegate Willett.
Thank you. HB 1185 directs the Board of Health to report patient-level data information related to non-fatal overdoses to the Department of Health Professions for use in the Prescription Monitoring Program. Madam Speaker, I hope it's the will of the House to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1186 now before you seeks to direct the Department of Conservation and Recreation to create a 2-year pilot program to provide all-terrain power wheelchairs to enhance state park accessibility for individuals with limited mobility. Legislation was supported by the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake Natural Resources, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This bill would create a pilot program to provide all-terrain wheelchairs at our state parks using funding from the State Parks Custom License Plate Fund. I hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third read.
House Bill 1210 seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Health Insurance Reform Commission assessment of certain legislation. Legislation was supported from the Committee on Labor and Commerce.
The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, HB 1210 simply adds clarifying language to the state code that will ensure a timely review process for all legislation given to the Health Insurance Reform Commission. It's going to clarify that all legislation referred to the Commission is subject to a 24-month time frame for analysis and reporting to the Virginia General Assembly. Hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1215 is legislation which would amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Labor and Industry, asbestos and lead project permit, usage of licensing fees. Legislation was supported by the Committee on Labor and Commerce.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, HB 1215 is an important technical fix to allow the Department of Labor and Industry to utilize asbestos remediation permitting fees for air quality testing to ensure that the remediation projects are actually successful and that the NESHAP air quality standards are in fact met. Currently, these permitting funds sit unused, and DOLE is unable to use them to ensure there is not asbestos in the air. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to the third reading. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Over on page 80, continuing with the block, House Bill 1220 would require the State Corporation Commission to amend insurance coverage regulation to reduce the mandatory limit of liability imposed upon insurers for household and personal property coverage. Legislation was supported by the Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Spotsylvania, Delegate Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The substitute is agreed to.
Madam Speaker, I believe the clerk described the bill perfectly, and I move its engrossment and passage. Thank you.
House Bill 1246, now before you, seeks to amend and reenact different sections of the Code of Virginia, this time relating to law enforcement training, communication with individuals with autism spectrum disorder. This legislation was supported by the Committee on Public Safety with amendment nature substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Henrico, Delegate Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Delegate Willett.
Thank you. HB 1246 requires the Department of Criminal Justice Services to establish compulsory minimum and in-service training standards for law enforcement officers on communicating with individuals with intellectual or developmental disability, such as autism spectrum disorder. Madam Speaker, I hope it's the will of this body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Bill 1254 would amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to bridges, state of good repair, allocation of funds. Legislation was supported by the Committee on Transportation.
The delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Runyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill designates bridges with general condition rating defined in the bill of no more than 5 for at least one major bridge component as eligible state of good repair funds. Madam Speaker, I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 1257 is legislation that would amend the Code of Virginia relating to insurance coverage for the diminished value of personal property. This legislation was supported by the Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Stafford, Delegate Milday.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to. Delegate
Thank you, Madam
Milday.
Speaker. House Bill 1257 provides that insurance companies offering repair or replace policies on any personal property item scheduled on a homeowner's or standalone policy shall offer the option for providing coverage for the diminution in value of that item. This bill closes the loophole whereas an item of high value or worth to a policy holder is damaged and the repair does not restore the item to its full market value. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it along to its third reading.
House Bill 1286 seeks to amend and reenact a plethora of sections of the Code of Virginia, all relating to the Uniform Commercial Code. Amendments. Legislation supported the Committee on Labor and Commerce.
The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, HB 1286 provides rules for transactions involving certain new types of digital assets, including cryptocurrency and non-fungible tokens. Under the UCC, these intangible assets are called controllable electronic records, and in order to ensure that the UCC remains relevant, CERs are defined to include not only assets creating using today's distributed ledger or blockchain technology. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Continuing on page 82 with the second reading uncontested calendar block, House Bill 1301 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Post-Disaster Anti-Price Gouging Act definitions. Legislation supported Committee on Labor and Commerce with an amendment.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we adopt the committee amendments.
Shall the amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to. Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1301 extends post-disaster price gouging protections for Virginia businesses that provide much-needed support to products and services after a disaster. Hope it be the pleasure of the House to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
House Resolution 1306 would amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Board of Veterinary Medicine, powers and duties, satellite offices. Legislation was reported to Committee on Health and Human Services.
The delegate from Spotsylvania, Delegate Orrock.
Madam Speaker, members of the body, this bill will simply allow a veterinarian to have certain drugs on their personal or on their work vehicles so they can respond from their home to an emergency call. It puts those drugs under the same standards and regulations as if they were in their clinic. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 1331, which would authorize the conveyance of an easement in Campbell County by the Department of State Police in conjunction with the Department of Transportation. Legislation was reported from the Committee on Transportation.
The delegate from Lynchburg, Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HB 1331 simply authorizes an easement in Campbell County on property owned by the state police so that some folks can access a communication tower on top of the mountain where this sits. Madam Speaker, with that, I move that this bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading. Thank you.
House Bill 1337 seeks to amend and reenact a variety of sections, the other sections of the code relating to the Board of Accountancy, powers and duties. Legislation was reported to the Committee on General Laws.
The delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Runyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill repeals the requirement for an annual audit of the Board of Accountancy and amends several code provisions relating to the board. Madam Speaker, I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
House Bill 1351 now before you. This legislation would amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Consumer Protection Act, prohibited practices, ignition interlock system. Legislation was reported to the Committee on General Laws with an amendment.
The delegate from Patrick, Delegate Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendments agreed to.
Madam Chair, thank you. Delegate Price's mouth dropped open when I told her that there are some bad actors out there sending out mail when it comes to ignition interlock systems, specifically prior to any conviction or anything. So this would require everyone to put a conspicuous statement that says it's unrelated to criminal proceedings or government agencies. I ask that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Next up is House Bill 1361. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, Virginia Resident Preference. Legislation was reported to the Committee on General Laws with an amendment nature of substitute.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Fagans.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to. Delegate Fagans.
Madam Speaker, HB 1361, Virginia Resident Preference, is designed to ensure that Virginia is competitive with Mid-Atlantic and Southern states' manufactured goods public procurement statutes. For these reasons, I move that we engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Continuing with the blocks, turning to page 84. Next up is House Bill 1381. This legislation would amend and reenact 3 sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Center for Rural Virginia name change. Legislation was reported to the Committee on General Law.
The delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Runyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill renames the Center for Rural Virginia as the Senator Frank M. Ruff Center for Rural Virginia. And I want to thank each of the delegates. I think we have 100 delegates that have signed on as co-patron to this bill. And Madam Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Next up is House Bill 1392. It's legislation to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to local government employee insurance programs. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce.
The delegate from Richmond, Delegate Jones.
Madam Speaker, thank you. HB 1392 makes it permissible for localities to offer group life, accident, and health insurance to individuals currently eligible for coverage under private group accident and sickness insurance policies. I hope that it would be the pleasure of this body to engross this bill and pass on to its third reading. Thank you.
House Bill 1399 seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services Potato Board membership. Legislation was reported from the Committee on General Laws.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1399 reduces the membership on the board from 7 to 5, so quorum would be easier to obtain. I move we engross the bill, move it to its third reading.
Over on page 85, continuing with the block, House Bill 1419 is legislation seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Motor Vehicles Electronic Titling and Registration Program. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Transportation. Amendment nature is substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to. Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1419 basically we've been working with the DMV, and what this bill will do will move us toward a process where customers can buy their car online and ensure a feasible process for DMV to implement. I hope it will be the pleasure of the House to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Next up in the block is House Bill 1430. It seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to local library boards, King and Queen County. Legislation reported to the Committee on General Laws.
The delegate from Middlesex, Delegate Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1430 adds King and Queen County to the list of localities that are not required to establish a library board. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Also by Delegate Hodges is 1431 now before you. It seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to alternative on-site sewage systems approval of treatment units. Legislation is reported this time for the Committee on Health and Human Services with an amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Middlesex, Delegate Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I lost my paper here, and we're on 1431.
1431, sir.
Oh, yeah. Actually, Madam Speaker, move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to. Delegate Hodges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1431, with the substitute, requires the Department of Health to approve treatment units for alternative on-site sewage systems if they meet the NSF and SI standards or certain testing requirements. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Continuing with the block, top of page 86. Now before you is House Bill 1455, which seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Center on Aging, Virginia Memory Project established. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services, substituted by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HB 1455 would establish the Virginia Memory Project at VCU's Center on Aging as the state's Alzheimer's and Dementia Registry. The VMP will collect and analyze data on dementia and other neurodegenerative disorders. In addition, they will provide assistance to individuals who have received a diagnosis by connecting them with service providers and other resources. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
House Bill 1460 is legislation that would seek to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Verified Meat Certification. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with an amendment subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Fauquier, Delegate Webert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 1460 creates the Virginia Verified Meat Certification, whereby a product that is born, raised, fed, and processed in Virginia is eligible for the certificate. I move that the body engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Does the delegate want to move the amendments?
I apologize. I move the committee amendment.
Shall the amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We're on page 87, House Bill 1482 is before you next. It is legislation that seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, unlawful detainer action for squatters. Legislation was before the Committee of Courts of Justice Amendment Nature Substitute.
The delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Lethwich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to. Delegate
Thank you, Madam
Lethwich.
Speaker. House Bill 1482 would allow a homeowner to remove, an expedited process to remove someone from the property who has never had a lease. I ask that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 1499 is legislation that seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Health Workforce Development Authority. This legislation was supported from the Committee on Health and Human Services with a substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations with line amendments drawn to the substitute, which therefore make them, they don't seem to be in conflict.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You want to move the substitute?
I was right. Yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker, I move adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Madam Speaker, I also move adoption of the Appropriations Committee amendments.
Shall the amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to. Delegate Willett.
Thank you. HB 1499 expands the Virginia Health Workforce Development Authority's purpose and duties. It also directs regulatory changes to the Board of Nursing to amend the educational requirements for nursing faculty. Madam Speaker, I hope it will be the will of this body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Over on page 88, legislation next is House Bill 1513, which seeks to amend and reenact the Code of Virginia relating to active duty status for any service member injured while in the line of duty. Legislation reported to the Committee on Public Safety with Amendment Nature Substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Hanover, Delegate Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Delegate Fowler.
All right. Madam Speaker, members of the House, House Bill 1513 provides that the Adjutant General is authorized to maintain state active duty status for any service member injured while in the line of duty during the course of state active duty mission who is unable, due to an injury, to return to civilian employment for a period of up to 90 days. Madam Speaker, I hope it will be the will of the House to engross the bill and pass it along to its third reading.
Next up is House Bill 1538, which seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia, this time relating to conversion of manufactured homes to real property. Legislation reported to the Committee on Transportation with Amendment Nature Substitute.
The delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to. Delegate Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1538 established a process whereby a mobile home owner who is not listed as the owner of the such manufactured home on its title may detitle the manufactured home in order to convert it to real property. Hope it be the pleasure of the House to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
And the 138th final bill in House Bill's second reading uncontested calendar block is House Bill 1542, which seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to child abuse and neglect, mandatory reporters, statute of limitations, penalties. Legislation was supported by the Committee on Health and Human Services with Amendment Nature Substitute.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Munden King.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to. Delegate Munden King.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a bill to expand the acts that are included in failure to report elements. This is to ensure that those who knowingly and willingly fail to report rape and acts of sexual battery are appropriately punished. And I hope it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bills be engrossed and passed to the third reading? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bills are engrossed and passed to their third reading.
Mr. Speaker, continuing with today's calendar, House bills on second reading regular. House bills second reading regular, 133 bills in this category, beginning at page 89. Bill before us is House Bill 378, which seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the release of developer performance guarantees. Legislation was reported to committee on county, cities, and towns.
Delegate from Goochland, Delegate Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 378 contains technical changes that simply clarify that any performance bond guarantees related to subdivisions for erosion and sediment control may be partially released after part of the work is completed. This legislation will help reduce the cost of housing in the Commonwealth, and I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
So the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 808 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to state psychiatric hospitals' temporary detention orders, delayed admission to determine medical needs. Legislation was reported to Committee on Health and Human Services. Amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 808 has received some conversation. It's a product of a JLARC report on our psychiatric hospitals. And in the JLARC report, which talked about a variety of pieces, what it outlined was that we were not having certain individuals go through and adhere to the Attorney General's opinion. The Attorney General had stated that the law does not permit law enforcement to transfer an individual under a TDO unless the facility is able to accept them. Now, that's currently federal law as well. And what we're trying to do is enshrine the Attorney General's words here so that way we can bypass any potential liability. This has the support of DBHDS and the administration. What we're trying to do is ensure that we are following the law. I hope it be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
The delegate from Montgomery, Delegate Obenshane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield for a question?
I yield.
The delegate would yield.
Would the delegate agree that currently transportation of TDO patients is by and large conducted by our local law enforcement agencies in the Commonwealth of Virginia?
Mr. Speaker, I'd answer the delegate that that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate yield for another question?
Will the delegate yield?
I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Delegate yields.
And so would the delegate agree that any additional delays in admission of those TDO patients to state hospitals would also result in additional delays to local law enforcement returning to their localities as a result?
Mr. Speaker, I'd answer the delegate that it would not cause additional delay if they are following current law. So current law says that you must have medical clearance. What is happening is that certain members of law enforcement are dropping off without medical clearance. The bill that is before you has two important pieces here. It's saying that, look, these state psychiatric facilities are not high-level hospitals. They can't take care of every life-threatening condition that comes to them. So they need medical clearance. And the second thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the bed of last resort law fundamentally needs some work. This is just one piece of the conversation. And what we have done in communicating with some stakeholders is put a one-year delayed effective date to say we've got a year and a half to discuss and figure out how we can stop breaking the law.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sensitive to the concern that has brought this floor to the bill today. Our state hospitals and their employees certainly do great work under difficult circumstances in a lot of instances, but our law enforcement officers do as well. And in fact, we ask our local law enforcement officers to do a lot of things that are over and above their basic law enforcement functions. And I would suggest that transporting TDO patients to state hospitals is certainly one of those tasks. They do it professionally, and from discussions that I've had with law enforcement, they do follow the law in these instances. I am concerned about the effect of this bill in further shifting the responsibility for individuals who are undergoing a mental health crisis to local law enforcement. A lot of these agencies are already stretched very thin, and I'm concerned about the effect of this bill in terms of stretching them even further. I I do hope that we can continue to work on this issue, that we can find a solution that works for patients, for hospitals, and for law enforcement alike, but I'm not sure that we're there quite yet, and so as a result, I'll be voting against the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
Delegate has the floor.
Yeah, by far and large, I mean, our law enforcement's doing a really good job in adhering to this. However, since the Attorney General's opinion in January of 2023, about a year ago, we've had about 450 quote-unquote drop-offs. And what we're needing to do is to limit our liability to make sure, as it was stated in the JLAC report, someone is going to die. I mean, you're going to have people dropped off who have other life-threatening critical conditions that need to be in a higher level setting. And so I hope we will, I've got a handy-dandy question and answer, frequently asked question document over here. If you're wondering, coming to you, Delegate Weber, if you're wondering exactly how this impacts the system, but it is not necessarily law enforcement's fault here. They are really at the end of a broken chain. And so I hope that we can work together in the off-season to try to come up with a more comprehensive solution as we move forward.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Mr. Speaker, over on page 90, House Bill 14 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to unemployment compensation, employer failure to respond to requests for information, termination, and decisions by deputy. This legislation was supported Committee on Labor and Commerce with substitute, subsequently approved by the Committee on Appropriations with a different substitute.
Delegate from Powhatan, Delegate Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Labor and Commerce Committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Do you want it accepted or rejected? You have two.
And Mr. Speaker, getting to that next request, could we also then move the Appropriations Committee substitute subsequent to that?
Can we back up? Do you need the first substitute rejected or accepted? Rejected, I'm assuming.
I was given to understand by somebody who really knows this parliamentary stuff better than me that I ought to ask acceptance for both of them. No? In that case, then I'm going to go with the later of the two. So I'll back up and say, let us please reject the Labor and Commerce substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The committee substitute is not agreed to.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I would move that we adopt the Appropriations Committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute from Appropriations be accepted? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we have made a significant, or we have before us a chance to make a significant improvement. I think the single most significant improvement on VEC operations, Virginia Employment Commission operations, and that is because up until this time, VEC has been operating in many instances without necessary information in order to ensure that initial entitlement decisions on unemployment claims are correct. What this bill would do is address the problem in three ways. Number one, encourage timely employer reports. Number two, improve the fact-finding process. And number three, require that employment entitlement decisions state the reason why the decision was made. This bill will reduce the workload for your legislative assistants and probably yourself. If you've been a member of the House of Delegates and dealt with unemployment questions, this bill is aimed to specifically address a large share of those that came to you for assistance along the way. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Mr. Speaker, next up is House Bill 45. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to earned sentence credits, incarceration prior to entry of final order of conviction. Legislation originally was reported by the Committee on Courts of Justice, for Courts of Justice, then by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Seabold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 45 is a technical bill that clarifies the legislative intent of the enhanced earned sentence credits, which was passed into law by you, Mr. Speaker, in 2020, to incentivize good behavior and rehabilitation for people who are incarcerated. The current policy, as interpreted, limits the amount of credits that can be earned during pre-trial detention. This conflicts with the legislative intent of the original bill. HB 45 clarifies that pre-trial detention does indeed count towards earned sentence credit calculations. Mr. Speaker, I hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it along on its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third read? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third read.
Next up, top of page 91 of the printed calendar is Delegate Simon's House Bill 175, which seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia related to carrying assault weapons in public areas prohibited. Penalty. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Public Safety, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, House Bill 175 prohibits the carrying of assault firearms in public areas all over the Commonwealth. Currently, it's illegal to carry an assault weapon in public when it's loaded in the cities of Alexandria, Chesapeake, Fairfax, Falls Church, Newport News, Norfolk, Richmond, or Virginia Beach, and the counties of Arlington, Fairfax, Herndon, Loudoun, and Prince William. And so to avoid having a patchwork of laws around the Commonwealth, we just now apply that standard statewide. And the bill also applies the recently adopted definition of an assault weapon that we used for HB 2 in this statute as well. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, continuing with the calendar, House Bill 187 is now before you. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia related to teacher and support staff compensation at or above national average. Legislation originally was reported to the Committee on Education with a substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a differing substitute.
The delegate from Suffolk, Delegate Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the Education Committee, and I urge the body to reject the substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is not agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move the Appropriations Amendment substitute, and I urge the body to accept.
Shall the committee substitute be accepted? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 187 requires that public school teachers be compensated at a rate that is at or above the national average for teacher salaries. The bill also requires that public school instructional and non-instructional support staff be compensated at the rate that is at or above the national average for such salary and staff. I hope it is the will of the body to move this, to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 212 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to the MEI Project Approval Commission, board-level gender and diversity requirements. Legislation reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Appropriations Committee substitute.
Shall the Appropriations Committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 212 with the Appropriations Committee substitute indicates clearly that just as in census data, what we're looking for as we may be subsidizing or incentivizing a major employer to come into Virginia up to the tune of $10 million, that as we look at their viability and strength as an employer, their ability to bring jobs and good economy into Virginia, that we are also adding at what we look at another element to what we've already been concerned with as far as return on investment and where the jobs are needed, and that is to follow the lead of NASDAQ and other, for example, also Goldman Sachs, and look at the makeup of their board of directors. And as I started to indicate, what is clearly indicated now in the wording adopted by the Appropriations Committee, that just as in census data, we are looking at a board of individuals who identify as female, identify as representing a national, racial, ethnic, indigenous, or cultural minority in the country of the business's principal executive offices. It is a consideration in our determination whether this major employer that we should invest in the incentives to bring that employer into Virginia. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield?
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Delegate will yield.
I thank the delegate. I have a question here because obviously, and there's a variety of opinions with respect to the efficacy of some of these incentive programs and whatnot that we offer. But insofar as I'm looking at the language of this bill, there's a portion where it says, and the delegate articulated it, identify as a female. And so what I'd like to understand is that if the Commonwealth is considering an incentive structure for a company that's going to come to Virginia and they have a board of directors, let's say exclusively of men, and they see this and they want to be able to take advantage of this incentive structure that we're offering, if half the members who are currently men identify as women, if they decide to identify as women for the purpose of getting this incentive, does this bill essentially, would this bill essentially say that we're now going to count them as women as members of that board?
Mr. Speaker, I would say to the gentleman, and this is why I kept on emphasizing that the issue of identifying as is no more complex than what we accept in census data. Are you a woman? Are you a man? What's your ethnic choice? I know I represent a district now where 15% of my residents say that as far as ethnic identity or racial identity, other. And I'm not going to look behind that. But what the bill before us does is look at what is identified on that board of directors, what the association is. We do not need to go further than that.
Mr. Speaker?
The delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Speaking of the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the delegate for her answer, but if I heard this correctly, it actually is more expansive than what I thought it was. Because I thought initially that what we were talking about is an individual could, be a male on the board right now, see that they will get maybe special consideration for incentive programs, and then identify as a female, and that we would just accept that, yep, that's the case. But now it sounds that they could identify not only as a female, but they could identify as a minority female. So, for instance, let's imagine that we have a businessman, a member of the board of directors, who's a real jerk. I'll let the other side use me as a reference. And they said, well, we want to take advantage of this incentive program. Hey, Freitas, you're now a black female. And I said, well, okay, that's how I identify. And now we're just going to accept that is an accurate depiction because that's all the Census Bureau apparently recommends. And so that's now all we're going to require. Now, again, I don't think that's appropriate. But the unintended consequence, which I assume is an unintended consequence, would be someone like me could make that claim, and we're just going to accept that at face value. And I think that poses some real problems, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield?
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The delegate yield.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, I'm trying to figure out the bill here. What is the percentage of it that would need to be a minority or a woman in order to receive the payments from Virginia?
Mr. Speaker, I would say to the gentleman that in the appropriation substitute, which I do think was appropriate wording, there is no specific percentage. It's only saying that you look at the makeup of the board of directors.
Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would feel more comfortable if we actually had a real number in this. If you look at the other reasons, because Virginia pays a post-performance incentives. We don't give money up front. We do it afterwards. So if I'm going to invest money in the Commonwealth, it's right there. I've got to have a certain amount of money invested, I've got to pay certain wages. All these are numbers that you can calculate, you can measure, you can figure out. But then at the bottom where it says we're going to evaluate the board, well, that's very subjective. And I'm curious, I think it's going to have a chilling effect on any corporation that we're trying to enter into an agreement to bring into Virginia. And that would be my concern with the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The intent of this criteria in looking at how we are going to bring major employers into the Commonwealth, I think is very clear. In the words it says, shall a board diversity disclosure statement described in this section that shall include the number and percentage of diverse directors on the board of directors, and that every year, accountability, you would continue to make this same kind of disclosure. Now, it is not being specific that there has to be an absolute percentage, because it's going to vary by the industry. It's going to vary by the international corporation that might be involved. But it does say that we in the Commonwealth are very interested in future-looking corporations who are able to look at diversity in the market, have it represented on their board, and is able to go forward in responding to that market with the kind of growth and development that we're looking for as we bring in these individuals, not only for employment growth that would come out of that kind of forward-looking, but also would be that much stronger an economic driver. On a personal note, I really find it very disconcerting that the interpretation would be that to have diversity on the board, you would have board members who would conveniently change their identity rather than doing as I have expressed the intent of this bill is, which is to go out and get individuals with diverse background. Yes, women. Yes, ethnic minorities. Yes, racial minorities. So that, again, you have that background as the strength of your corporation as you develop your market, and Virginia makes the decision that we want to invest in that kind of forward-looking corporation.
The delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of the bill briefly.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, again, I find it interesting because I am looking at the number of bills that we have had this year that essentially say we don't trust businesses. We have all kinds of new rules, restrictions, fees, consequences, and half the floor speeches that we hear are all about we have to pass this because we got bad actors, we got people that are manipulating the process, and so we need to put guardrails up in order to make sure that doesn't happen. Except in this case, where of course we assume that no business, no board of directors ever would use this sort of language in order to give themselves a competitive advantage. Mr. Speaker, you just can't have it both ways. Thank you.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed its third reading.
Continuing with calendar, Delegate Watts' House Bill 215 now is before you. This different legislation seeks to amend the Code of Virginia related to the Department of Education, development of Title IX and sexual harassment prevention training modules for high school students. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendments, and then subsequently reported to the Committee on Appropriations with different amendments that don't appear to be in conflict.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Mr. Speaker, I move the amendments from both the Education and from Appropriations as a block.
So that you can't do that. I think I have to do one at a time.
Individually. Mr. Speaker, I move the amendments from the Education Committee.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I move the amendments from the Appropriations Committee.
Shall the Appropriations Committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 15 stipulates that as will be developed by the Department of Education by July 1st, 2025, as amended by the Appropriations Committee, shall develop a unit to be presented every year of high school, early in the high school year, that outlines the protections that are under Title IX. Protections against harassment, protections against any kind of unwanted sexual contact, but most importantly, outline for students where they can seek help, what the procedures are, how the involvement, how this would be reported to parents. All of these things will be part of the component. But again, I would underscore that in helping students wend their way through their adolescence, they will know that the protection of Title IX is something that, quite frankly, I'll say it, has their back, that they have somewhere to turn to, help will be there, and it also will help each school system better develop its response mechanism. Again, I hope it'll be the pleasure of the body to adopt HB 215 and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
Over on page 93, next up before the body is House Bill 351, which seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to firearm locking device required for purchase of a firearm, households where minors reside, penalties. Legislation was originally reported for the Committee on Public Safety, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Suffolk, Delegate Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 351 requires any person who purchases a firearm to either purchase a locking device for such firearm if such person resides in the same household as a minor, or complete a certification statement on a form provided by the Department of the State Police under penalty or perjury certifying that any person does not reside in the same household as a minor. I'll move the House engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
Page 94, the printed calendar. Next up, second reading regular, is House Bill 362. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to the purchase, possession, or transportation of firearms following an assault and battery against a person in a dating relationship with the alleged offender. Penalty. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Public Safety with amendment nature substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 362 charges an individual with a Class 1 misdemeanor for the purchase, possession, or transportation of a firearm following an assault and battery against an intimate or dating partner, effectively closing what is known as the dating partner or boyfriend loophole. Given the lethal combination of domestic violence and firearms, Virginia law currently prohibits a person who has been convicted of an assault and battery against a family or household member from purchasing, possessing, transporting a firearm. However, this current firearm prohibition does not extend to dating partners, so I'm seeking to close that loophole with this bill, Mr. Speaker. I move that the body engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
House Bill 398 is now before you. House Bill 398 seeks to amend and reenact 3 sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public elementary and secondary schools, student discipline, evidence-based restorative disciplinary practices. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with a substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a differing substitute.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate McQueen.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to?
You have 2.
I'm sorry, you have 2. Which one?
Yes, okay. I move the Education Committee substitute. And then I move.
Did you move that it be rejected?
Yes, to reject that, yes.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The Education Committee substitute is rejected.
Okay. Now, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move the adoption of the Appropriation Committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 398 is a bill that prohibits and accepts in certain cases, in most cases, of firearm drugs, adjudication of delinquency, or conviction of certain crimes, any public elementary or secondary school student from being suspended, expelled, or excluded from attendance at school without implementing at least one evidence-based restorative disciplinary practice as defined in the bill. It is a practice that is used to reduce suspension, expulsion, and disciplinary referrals with an emphasis on fostering peer and staff relationship and repairing harm to the injured party. It's consistent with the practices set out in the Department of Education Model Guidance for Positive Preventative Code of Student Conduct Policy and Alternative to Suspension. And these amendments, including community conferences, community service, mentoring, a peer jury, peer mediation, will be helpful in terms of restoring the circle as well as making certain that kids are in school. And Mr. Speaker, this is the result of so many kids, young people, being suspended or expelled from school. And so we're just trying to make certain that that is turned around. There's an alternative to those options. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be engrossed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, continuing with the calendar, top of page 95. Bill before you next is House Bill 404, which seeks to amend the Code of Virginia, relating to abortion, use of public funds prohibited. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Rules without recommendation, and Mr. Speaker, there is a floor substitute offered by Delegate Gilbert to HB 404.
Clerk will report the substitute.
Mr. Speaker, the substitute is available online, is an IHOD. Everyone should have it available to them.
The delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, the floor substitute to House Bill 404 is essentially the language that has been before the House many times. I know we have a lot of new members, but this language basically embodies the federal Hyde Amendment and everything that that means. This is the same language, I believe, that's in the governor's introduced budget for this purpose, and the same language that we've put forward many, many times over the years to reflect the federal Hyde language. The federal Hyde language would essentially say that abortion services are not to be funded by taxpayer dollars, except in the event of rape, incest, or in the danger to the life of the mother. This floor substitute, additionally, with respect to this bill, also reintroduces by removing the repeal of two different code sections, also reinserts gross fetal abnormalities as an exception to the taxpayer funding, and removes the prohibition on funding of hospitals, which I think was a provision either intended or unintended of the underlying bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, this language should be all too familiar to those who have served here for any length of time, and reflects those well accepted and long accepted exceptions to taxpayer funding of abortion.
Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Will the delegate from Shenandoah yield for a question?
The delegate from Shenandoah yield for a question.
I yield.
Delegate will yield.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask the delegate, I recall as we sat at the Rules Committee on Friday, I guess it was Friday, it seems like years ago, but on Friday, suggested that the bill wasn't in its proper form because, and I think the suggestion was that the patron must have intended for this to be Hyde Amendment language, and that we needed to amend it to just add a couple of exceptions because the underlying intent was to do what he just described, and the bill didn't successfully do it. I would ask the delegate, having read the bill and having read those sections that were going to be repealed, would he agree that the bill as introduced did not, in fact, intend to be a sort of a Hyde Amendment, but in fact was intended to repeal those sections that provided for exceptions for rape and incest, was very much intended to repeal those sections that protect pregnancies that would result in gross fetal abnormalities, and was in fact intended to not embody the Hyde Amendment that we've seen here years before, but to go much further than that and to in fact defund agencies like Planned Parenthood and other agencies that provide abortion services. Would the delegate agree that was the original intent of the bill?
The delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate.
Mr. Speaker, there were several questions in that question, so I'm going to try to answer what I think is the intent of the gentleman's question. Of course, when I was speaking to my floor substitute just a moment ago, I was very careful to say whether intended or unintended. I don't know what the delegate's intention was. And I would say that the opportunity, furthermore, to discern, to ascertain what the delegate's intention was, certainly presented itself in committee. But we did not get that opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to flesh out what exactly his intention was and what it was not. And the delegate told me we'd get plenty of time to talk about this on the floor. So here we are on the day before crossover, spending all this time, rather than in committee, trying to discern what the delegate's intention was with respect to this language. What I do know, Mr. Speaker, is that this language that is before us right now contemplates all the exceptions that I heard the delegate talking about in a different committee on a different day, where I heard examples about the Texas example of a child that was not going to make it to live birth because of a gross fetal abnormality. It brought up we're taking head on the example that the delegate himself brought up of a 10-year-old girl getting pregnant because of a rape, and how we would deal with that with taxpayer dollars. So there was plenty of time to talk about all the concerns the other side had about this issue, to try to find some common ground and find something to alleviate the concerns that have been expressed over and over again in different committees. But that opportunity was not afforded us, Mr. Speaker, in committee, because this got sent straight to the floor as what is very clearly a political maneuver, as has been reported in so many newspapers and news outlets to this date.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Will the delegate yield for an additional question?
Will the delegate yield?
I yield.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask the delegate, without respect to what the intent was, would the delegate agree that the language of the bill does essentially the opposite of what his floor substitute does?
Mr. Speaker, I have said as much already, that the language of the underlying bill does not reflect the well-accepted Hyde Amendment language, and I don't know what the intention was or was not when it was drafted by a freshman who's never done this before, who put by request on this because he doesn't know exactly what that means. I'm not besmirching his abilities to draft a bill, Mr. Speaker. I just think we trust legislative services to give us a bill that we asked for, and I don't know precisely what he asked for, precisely what the exchange was. I don't know any of that. I just know that the opportunity we have here is to find ourselves with this bill that expresses a very valid idea that taxpayers shouldn't be forced to pay for an abortion if it violates their conscience or their deeply held religious beliefs. That is something we should be able to discuss without discussing the overall topic of abortion, about whether it's good, bad, right, wrong, whatever it means in the universe. We can discuss logically, methodically, what it means to have other people be forced to pay for these things. That's all this is about. And we're just trying to get it right in the sense that it reflects the long-standing, long-held federal language on this very issue of taxpayer funding of abortion.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. I don't believe that a floor substitute that has the effect of doing the exact opposite of what the introduced bill would be germane to the underlying bill, and I would suggest that this floor substitute is not germane to the bill.
House will be at ease. House will come in order. On the issue of germaneness, I rule that the substitute is not germane. The original bill was restricting use of public funds for abortion services. 11 lines were very clear. It defined the public services, it defined abortion services, public funds, and then it went on to repeal 32.1-92.1 and 32.1-92.2. I think the substitute is exactly the opposite of what the bill originally did, and that for that reason, I rule it's not germane, and I so rule.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gill.
Speaking to the ruling.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated at the dais, it is our position, and of course you have ruled, that the floor substitute is to the same precise topic of taxpayer funding of abortion, but does so in a much more limited fashion, which is why we believe it is germane. As such, I would appeal the ruling of the chair.
So we're going to vote. All right. Shall the ruling of the chair be sustained?
Ayes and nays.
It's a recorded vote.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate
So,
Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to be clear. If somebody agrees with your ruling, this is not germane, they should vote green on their voting board to indicate that the ruling will be sustained. That's a green vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Shall the ruling be sustained? She's going to need a minute. She's going to need a minute, y'all. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 48.
Ayes 51, noes 48. The ruling is sustained. Back to the bill. The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Munden King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not a gimmick or a joke.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
The delegate has the floor.
I don't think the delegate's presented his bill yet.
Oh, he hadn't pressed the button. I apologize. The delegate from Bedford, Delegate Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we present House Bill 404, a bill to codify the Hyde Amendment language in Virginia law. For over 50 years in this country, we've abided by this language. This comes from Congressman Hyde, who, after the Supreme Court made the ruling in the 70s, he made the assertion, and it got into the federal budget every year, that taxpayers should not be forced.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, we just discussed the fact that what the gentleman's bill does is not, in fact, the Hyde Amendment, that it just defunds Planned Parenthood and other agencies. So the gentleman doesn't seem to be speaking to the bill.
The delegate has to speak to the bill, not to the bill that you wish you had introduced. You have to speak to the bill that you did introduce.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that another delegate can define what my bill is. I believe I can define what my bill is, and that's what I'm doing.
No, the bill says this is the bill. Your bill that you introduced is not the Hyde Amendment bill.
Literally is, Mr. Speaker. Can I speak to my bill, please?
You're going to be ruled out of order, but you can speak. If you continue to go down the path you're going on, you're going to be ruled out of order. So you will not be able to speak. So speak to the bill at hand.
Mr. Speaker, this bill codifies language that says that taxpayer money should not be used to go towards abortions. More recently, this bill has come under fire, and we've seen politicians campaign against this issue, and so I felt it was necessary to codify it into Virginia law. We came into committee hearing ready to present the bill with the intent that I had for it, and we were denied that opportunity. We were denied the opportunity to add amendments. We were denied the opportunity to even have a life of the mother exception, which is something that I want clearly laid out in this bill. It's unfortunately become a circus. The intent of this bill is that taxpayers not be forced to something that goes against their religion and their conscience. And the fact that I'm denied the ability to do what I want with my own bill, the fact that it's been railroaded and derailed into something that is not the bill that I put forward, is disappointing. I've been clear about what my language is, and I know that the speaker has made his ruling, but I will not allow these babies and these mothers to be politicized. If this is how it's going to go today, I move to strike this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Speaking to the motion to strike.
Delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, the delegate has reminded us many, many times that he's a former prosecutor, right? He's an attorney. So to come off and say, oh, we're going to blame DLS, we're going to blame the attorneys at DLS for not giving us back the bills we asked for, that we somehow, as attorneys and as prosecutors, can't read the words in our own bills, right? And I'm not surprised. I have a feeling I know what happened. I suspect it happens all the time. You get a bill, you read the text, you forget to read the second enactment, which says these sections are repealed. And so maybe you didn't click through to see what pieces of the bill that were being repealed actually did, and maybe didn't understand the full effect of your bill. But Mr. Speaker, that's our job as legislators, right? We don't introduce bills and hope that the folks at DLS got it right. We read our bills. We know what they do. We find out what they mean, Mr. Speaker, and then we're responsible for what happens next, right? And Mr. Speaker, this delegate isn't the first person to stand on this floor having to defend a bill that was put in properly and denied the opportunity to do what he wanted with his bill, because it happened to me, right? I'm not perfect. I've had some bad ideas before. I'm sure you guys will agree. Ayes and nays. And one of the things that happens is you put those bills in and anything can happen. And you got to be willing to deal with the consequences of what might happen. And so, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I would encourage, we need to vote on what this bill says, right? We need to vote on what this bill was put in to do. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the members of this body to vote no on the motion to strike.
Question is, you'd like to speak on the motion to strike?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, speaking to the motion to strike.
The delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Mr. Speaker, the motion to strike is a courtesy afforded to other members each and every session, almost each and every day. I see the delegate from Fairfax shaking his head. It's happened twice today that a motion to strike has been granted by this body without thinking. But we wouldn't have this political spectacle if we allowed the gentleman to strike his bill, would we? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, shall the motion...
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, the delegate from Spotsylvania, Caroline, Delegate Orrock.
Witness protection.
Spotsylvania, Delegate Orrock.
Mr. Speaker, members of the body, this is my 35th session, and during that tenure, I can recall, I think, only one time when a member was not allowed the courtesy of striking their own bill. I would just suggest to all the members here, consider the consequences. If you talk to any of our fellow legislators across the Potomac, they'll tell you when they put in a bill up there, they lose control of it. But within this chamber, it has always, with that only one exception, and I will say candidly, that exception was done for political reasons, and it was done by us. And that makes it, in my mind, wrong for both sides. We have a long-standing practice that if it's your legislation and it goes totally awry, and I've had that happen to my bills, I put it in to do one thing, and by the time it came out of the committee process, it was doing the exact opposite. And I would ask for it to be stricken, and that courtesy was afforded. I would ask that you honor the gentleman's request to strike his bill or understand the consequences that it may come home to roost with all the rest of us at some future juncture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from Caroline resume the floor for purposes of question?
Will the delegate
yield? I yield, gladly.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the gentleman on the question of his 35 years of experience, have you ever in that 35 years known the Speaker's ruling to be overruled, to be questioned?
I believe, but I'm not certain, and so I can't state yes or no with all certainty. I would have to do some homework, but I'd be glad to do that.
Let's keep it moving.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
Thank the Speaker.
Speaker, I move to pass by the motion to strike. Keep it easy so we can all vote green.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon, moves that we pass by the motion to strike. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion to strike is passed by.
Ayes and nays. Ayes and nays.
Clerk will do a recorded vote.
This is green. This is green. We're going to vote to pass by.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 48.
Ayes 51, noes 48. The motion to pass by. The motion to strike the bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker?
Now, the delegate from Fairfax, Delegate
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
Simon. Delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross House Bill 404 and pass it to its third reading and encourage the members of the body to vote no on the motion to engross.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
The delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to recall everything I know about parliamentary procedure and Jefferson's manual, and am I not correct that the gentleman's motion puts him in the posture of having to vote in the affirmative on the motion to engross?
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, we've done this, talk about something we've done about maybe 15 or 16 or 25 times today, is we've had people move amendments and ask that the body reject them. It is not at all uncommon for someone to make a motion and then further ask that the motion be rejected. We do it all the time on this floor. I think it's proper in either the context of amendments or on the context of engrossment, which is a procedural matter.
The delegate for Prince William, Delegate Munden King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the motion.
Delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, lies, a circus, and political maneuvers. That's what we're watching, Mr. Speaker. And for those of us whose lives could be impacted by the lies, by the circus, by the political maneuver, it angers us. This is not a gimmick. It's not a joke. When the patron introduced this bill, he knew exactly what he was doing, targeting vulnerable survivors of rape and women who could lose their lives if they have a life-threatening pregnancy. That's what repealing that code means, Mr. Speaker. All of these proposed amendments and maneuvers that we don't have time for, do we have time for me to live? Do we have time for women to survive childbirth, Mr. Speaker? Or are we just another political maneuver? All of this is in an attempt to hide behind just how cruel this bill actually is. That's what we see. And the people of the Commonwealth deserve to know where their delegates stand on whether they live or die during childbirth. The people at Doctors Hospital in Henrico who would completely lose funding, they need to know where their delegate stands. At Lewis Gale in Montgomery County, where women will die because they don't have access to health care, they deserve to know where their delegate stands. And right around the corner in Petersburg, where women will die when their hospital at Bon Secours loses funding, they deserve to know where their delegate stands. So it is absolutely hypocritical to me to claim that DLS or not reading or someone else is at fault for this absolute cruel and inhumane piece of legislation. So it's worth taking the time. Because I remember sitting in this room 2 years ago, day after day, my colleagues would get up and give speeches about how the election of Governor Youngkin and a slim Republican majority was a mandate. They would say things like, the people have spoken and you need to listen. Well, Mr. Speaker, last November, the people spoke. And I was hopeful that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would actually listen. Yet here we are, with another extreme piece of legislation, because this is not the first time since I've been here that my colleagues have attacked poor women who could lose their lives and need public funding for reproductive health care. It's not the first time, it's not the second time, because this, Mr. Speaker, is what they believe and who they are. This piece of legislation would cut off tens of thousands of Virginians' access to essential care. It's a scorched earth bill that does not prioritize the well-being of women. If this bill were to pass, and for all those who would vote for it, our hospitals and medical centers would be at risk. It means that if a hospital provides an emergency abortion for a woman who is on the verge of losing her life, that hospital would no longer be able to accept Medicaid. It would conflict with the federal Hyde Amendment. So we are voting on a bill that would endanger women's lives, conflict with federal law, and decimate health care services in communities that need them the most. So in November, when women spoke, they decided that they did not want a party that could not send more than a handful of women to Richmond, deciding whether they live or die during childbirth. The people have spoken. I think my colleagues should listen. Women decided that they didn't want to face the fear of prosecution if they had a devastating miscarriage. My colleagues should listen. The people decided that they did not want Virginia husbands and children burying their mothers and their wives who were denied health care because someone decided that their hospital should no longer get funding. It's clear to me, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side were not listening at all. This bill would be a slap in the face to survivors of rape. This bill would be a slap in the face to women who have been told your baby has no chance of living. And you could lose your life if you continue this. This is thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people who would be impacted by this bill, Mr. Speaker. And let me close by saying this. The absolute worst part of this bill is that it would directly harm the very people that the patron was sent here to represent. His constituents already live in a maternal health desert. If this bill were to pass, it would only make their conditions even worse. So this is just a bad bill, and I hope my colleagues will think of his constituents and vote no on this bad bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the motion or the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's noteworthy that the delegate from Prince William just read a speech that was obviously prepared before we just tried to do the very things that she accuses us of not doing, or not do the very things that she's accusing us of doing. We just tried to fix all of that with this bill, and you heard the patron refer to the Hyde Amendment. He wanted to fix it too. So you're not going to let us fix it, you're not going to let us do these things, and then you're going to accuse us of everything we just got accused of, and then deny us the ability to do the very thing you say we don't want to do. I don't know where the absurdity of this theater ends if we get stuck with that rhetoric after what we just tried to do was shut down in such grand fashion, Mr. Speaker. So let's vote.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Candy King.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
What you'll see, Mr. Speaker, is my handwriting. Because when I heard the dangerous rhetoric in this room about my life, about women's lives, I had to stand up and say something. Facts matter. And the fact is, this bill will kill women. This bill will decimate communities. This is not a PR stunt. Maybe someone would believe that if they've never had to bear a child. And I'll say this, Mr. Speaker, if the patron didn't know what he was doing, maybe he should have stayed out of women's business.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate from Prince William yield for a question?
Will the delegate yield?
Mr. Speaker, I yield. I have time today.
The delegate
Thank you,
will
Mr.
yield.
Speaker. I'm just wondering why the delegate just passed on a couple of chances to help us fix the things she was just expressing concerns about.
Delegate from Prince William.
Mr. Speaker, I would say to the delegate, I introduced several bills this session to provide access to contraceptive care, to prevent doctors from being demonized and pursued for doing their jobs related to reproductive health care. And the reason I did is because I believe women and their doctors should make their health care decisions, not misguided men in Richmond, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Shenandoah. Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. Ayes and nays? Clerk. Shall the bill be engrossed and pass its third reading? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 95, abstentions 2.
Ayes 1, noes 95, extension 2. The bill is not engrossed and passes its third reading. Next matter.
Continuing with the calendar, page 95, House Bill 419 is now before you. Delegate Bulova's legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to early childhood care and education system, funding formula, educator incentive, non-reverting fund to capture unspent early childhood care and education funding balances. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Bulova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 419 builds on recent progress towards strengthening Virginia's system of early childhood care and education. The bill establishes a transparent, predictable funding formula for early childhood education slots, creates a non-reverting fund so that unspent funds can be rolled over to serve more children, and formalizes Virginia's child care teacher incentive program. Mr. Speaker, I would move that you engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Continuing on page 96, second reading, regular, House Bill 420 now is before you. It seeks to amend and reenact Section Code of Virginia relating to temporary funding of federal park operations. This legislation reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources.
Delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Carlson. I'm sorry, the delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Bulova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 420 authorizes but does not require the governor to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the United States Department of Interior to help keep parks open for a limited period of time in the case of a federal government shutdown. National parks attract about 22 million visitors in the Commonwealth. They're the lifeblood of hundreds of rural communities and support over 17,000 Virginia jobs. In addition to places like the Shenandoah National Park, as the delegate from Accomack noted, Chincoteague National Park is a major part of the Eastern Shore's economy. Utah and Arizona have already entered into similar agreements. Mr. Speaker, I'd move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 457 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to decreasing probation period, criteria for mandatory reduction. Legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment nature substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you. House Bill 457 incentivized work, treatment, and education for people on probation by creating mandatory reductions in a probation period for certain qualifying activities that are linked to improved public safety and reduced recidivism. These include obtaining vocational training or educational degrees, completing state-certified substance abuse treatment programs, becoming a peer recovery specialist, and maintaining verifiable employment. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed its third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the next three bills go by temporarily. That's be House Bills 464, 496, and 547 go by to the end of the calendar.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon, moves that House Bill 464, 496, and 557 go by temporarily. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bills go by temporarily.
Can you fix that, please? Mr. Speaker, therefore, those three bills by temporary to the end of the category. Next up, bottom of page 98, second reading regular Delegate Delaney's House Bill 571. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to policies on parental notification of instructional material that includes sexually explicit content, scope, and use. This legislation was reported for the Committee on Education.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Delaney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, HB 571 clarifies that no model policy adopted by the Department of Education may be construed to permit the outright censoring of books in schools. The department currently creates model policies ensuring parental notification of any sexually explicit content found in instructional materials and allows parents to request non-explicit alternatives. This is a necessary and important statute which allows parents to have input in their own child's education experience. However, such policy should not be construed as a permit to outright censor, to permit outright censorship of educational material for all students. If enacted, this statute will protect the choices of individual parents instead of limiting our children's education to those who choose an alternative for their child. It is the hope that it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Up of page 99, bill before you next is House Bill 580. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to animal testing facilities, public notification report. Legislation is reported to the Committee on Chesapeake, Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Newport News, Delegate Simons.
Mr. Speaker, I move the Appropriations Committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, HB 580 is a bill to direct the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services to work with SHEV to convene the Task Force on Transparency and Publicly Funded Animal Testing Facilities. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 583 is now before you. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact different sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public elementary school teachers' daily lunch breaks length. The legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Newport News, Delegate Simons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Education Committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, HB 583 is a bill to require that when the Department of Education collects annual data on school climate and teacher working conditions, that it also survey how many teachers are provided with at least 30 minutes for a lunch break. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Top of page 100, House Bill 611. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia all relating to civilian deaths in custody report. The legislation originally was supported by the Committee on Public Safety with amendment nature substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate for Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 611 is the Virginia Deaths in Custody Reporting Act and helps there be a central place of information for all deaths that occur in Virginia while someone is in custody, including being detained, and then, of course, in local, regional, and state-run facilities. I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 617 is legislation that seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to student athletes' use of name, image, or likeness, high school students, Office of the Student Athlete Name, Image, and Likeness Contract Ombudsman established. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute. Substitute reported for the Committee on Appropriations with a different substitute.
Delegate from Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move the Committee on Education substitute, and I ask that we would reject it.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The committee substitute is not agreed to.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move the Committee on Appropriations substitute, and I would ask that we would accept it.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with this substitute, House Bill 617 would provide for high school athletes the same protections and relevant responsibilities as it pertains to student-athlete name, image, and likeness contracts. It also directs the DOE to publish pertinent information on its website about NILs. I move that the body engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 625 seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public education, community schools, Office of Community Schools, the Department of Education, Community School Development Implementation Planning Grant, Community School Coordinator Program, State Goal. Legislation reported to the Committee on Education, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 625 expands upon some great bipartisan work that we've done in recent years, building on the community schools model. This will create the Office of Community Schools in the Department of Education and offer an integrated health and social supports to our schools. As we think about campuses of the future, I hope it be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
House Bill 659 is legislation that seeks to amend and reenact three sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public schools, open school enrollment policies, and guidance. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I move that HB 659 go by temporarily.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simons moves that HB 659 go by temporarily. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. HB 659 goes by temporarily.
Next up is House Bill 673. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund projects, low-income geographic areas. Legislation reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with an amendment.
Delegate for Virginia Beach, Delegate Fagans.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 673 aims to align the Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund with the Community Flood Preparedness Fund. The goal of the Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund is to support flood mitigation projects that reduce community flood risk while also restoring and enhancing flood mitigation capacity of functioning floodplains. For these reasons, I move that we engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Over on page 102 of the printed calendar. Next up is House Bill 677, which seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Superintendent of Public Instruction, employment of certified school library specialists. Legislation was reported by the Committee on Education, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations with amendments.
Delegate from Newport News, Delegate Simons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, HB 677 is a bill to establish a library specialist position in the Department of Education. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 719 is now before. This legislation would amend and reenact several sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public high schools research-based hazing prevention instruction. This legislation reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reeser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill ensures that our children have the tools that they need to identify, avoid, and prevent hazing. With research-based hazing instruction, as part of Health and PE 9 or 10, our children can avoid another tragic hazing death. I move the body engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 798 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to purchase, possession, or transportation of a firearm following an assault and battery or stalking violation, prohibition, period, penalty. This legislation was supported by the Committee on Public Safety and subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 798 prohibits a person who's been convicted of assault and battery of a family or household member, or stalking from purchasing, possessing, or transporting a firearm. The prohibition expires 5 years after the date of conviction, at which point the person's firearm rights are restored unless he receives another disqualifying conviction. We heard testimony that 15 states already have similar prohibitions on firearm possession after violent misdemeanor convictions. 8 of those states impose an indefinite ban. It will be a pleasure to the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Over top of page 104, the bill before you now is House Bill 803. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to expungement of juvenile court records. Legislation was reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendments and subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 803 provides that if a juvenile is adjudicated delinquent for many crimes, that as he or she reaches the age of 29, that those court records shall be destroyed, having an expungement process in place. That would be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 805 seeks to amend and reenact several sections of the Code of Virginia relating to additional local sales and use tax to support schools. Referendum. Legislation was supported from the Committee on Finance with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 805 now puts on equal footing all of the localities throughout the Commonwealth to offer whether or not they would like a referendum to increase a tax to ensure that they're able to build schools. This is a thoughtful substitute. The chairwoman from Finance has put some time and energy to ensure that even current school divisions who have already put the bonds out could potentially see some support from this. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 825 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public school funding, certain calculations, certain support service positions, at-risk program established. Legislation reported by the Committee on Education, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Richmond, Delegate Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that the House adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you. HB 825 consolidates the separate at-risk, add-on, and prevention, intervention, remediation programs and creates a new supplement for low-income students within the standards of quality using up-to-date identified student percentage data rather than the prior free lunch data, which JLARC recommended in their July report. I'd like to ask that, or move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 827 is legislation to amend the Code of Virginia relating to public institutions of higher education, hunger-free campus grant program established report. Legislation reported by the Committee on Education, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations with a substitute.
Delegate from Richmond again, Delegate Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that the House adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you. This bill asks SHAV to complete a survey of existing programs to address food insecurity on Virginia's college campuses. With this information, we will have a better idea of next steps to tackle food insecurity on our college campuses. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
And House Bill 830. This legislation seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Education, establishment of the Farm to School Program Task Force. Legislation reported to Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Richmond, Delegate Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that the House adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you. This bill requires the Virginia Department of Education to assess existing farm-to-school programs and to provide guidance and best practices for implementing these programs across the Commonwealth. I move that this bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Bill next before you is House Bill 916. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to substantial risk order reporting system established. Legislation reported to Committee on Public Safety with an amendment, subsequently reported as well by the Committee on Appropriations.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate, I'm sorry, I thought I said, I'm sorry. The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopt the amendments from the Committee on Public Safety.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 916 is a simple transparency bill that directs the Department of State Police to publish a monthly report on substantial risk orders issued by each locality. Said report would remove all personally identifiable information and be distributed in an electronic format to the Governor and the General Assembly. I would ask that the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Next up, House Bill 958. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to school boards, student member required. Legislation reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, working with the Virginia School Boards Association, HB 958 simply instructs the Commission on Civic Education to create model guidance for incorporating student input on the process of adding a student representative to the school boards across the Commonwealth. The goal is to show that the way forward for some school boards and show them that the benefits can outweigh the costs when it comes to adding a student representative to their bodies. Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Top of page 108, also by Delegate Lopez. This legislation is House Bill 960, which seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to historic rehabilitation tax credit, maximum amount of tax credit. Legislation originally reported for the Committee on Finance, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with amendments.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 960 aims to capitalize on the success of the Virginia Historic Rehabilitation Tax Credit by increasing the maximum amount that can be claimed from $5 million to $10 million in any taxable year, so that we can do so much more good in localities across the Commonwealth like Petersburg, Norfolk, Richmond, and rural communities across the Commonwealth. The amendment placed a cap of $75 million on the HRTC. According to a study released by Preservation Virginia in partnership with the home builders, in just 1 year alone, the HRTC resulted in $464 million in economic output and supported nearly 10,000 jobs and generated $3.50 for every dollar invested through the first 3 years. Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Bill 979 seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to school board duties, appointment and employment of division superintendents, oversight. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Education.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Keys-Gamarra.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
House Bill 979 recognizes the importance and hard work of our school boards and clarifies their relationship to the school system superintendent. I hope it is the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Next up on page 109 is House Bill 980, which seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia related to institutions of higher education. Students who report active hazing or bullying experienced as a result of report of an act of hazing, referral for support. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, this bill requires our institutions of higher education to connect students who report hazing or bullying stemming from reporting hazing to campus mental and behavioral health services. I hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third read.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
House Bill 985. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia, this time related to high polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon pavement sealants, prohibition, civil penalty. Legislation reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. This bill would create a statewide ban on certain toxic products used to seal and extend the life of asphalt driveways. I hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third read.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed on the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 999 is legislation that seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to hunting within certain areas of Indian River prohibited, City of Chesapeake. Legislation was reported by the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 999 is a constituent bill that prohibits all hunting activities in specified areas within portions of the Indian River watershed while allowing fishing to continue. This bill is supported by the City of Chesapeake. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Over on page 110, next up, new bill, same patron, House Bill 1002. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Section Code of Virginia relating to the division of renewable energy and energy efficiency powers and duties. Legislation reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with an amendment.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Thank you.
All those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1002 codifies the division of renewable energy and energy efficiency to track all federal funding opportunities for the state's energy efficiency goals. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 1017. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact several sections of the Code of Virginia related to discharge plans, copies to public elementary and secondary schools. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Wilk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1017 requires that if a residential treatment facility believes a minor student may pose a threat of violence or harm to themselves or others, they shall release the portions of the discharge plans related to that belief to the superintendent of the school. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1088 is legislation that seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Board of Education, instructional materials on climate change and environmental literacy, model policies and procedures for selection. Legislation reported to the Committee on Education, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill tasks the Department of Education with creating materials for local school boards relating to environmental literacy and education. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
Delegate from Bedford, Delegate Griffin.
Mr. Speaker, may I speak to the bill?
The delegate has the floor.
This bill struck me. A lot of what we teach in school is going to be things like math and reading and physical fitness, things that we clearly know whether it's right or wrong. This is a bill that introduces what the patron calls climate change curriculum into schools and mandates so that it can start to be taught. And when I looked at it, I wanted to know whose information are we teaching to our students? And so the bill actually says that we're teaching peer-reviewed papers on climate change to the students in the classroom. And my mind immediately went to this Free Press article from September 5th, 2023, Dr. Patrick Brown, It's called I Left Out the Full Truth to Get My Climate Change paper published. In that paper, he talks about how political climate change has gotten. He himself is a believer in climate change, and yet he recognizes that if you want to get grant money in academia, if you want to get a job in academia, you have to walk the party line on this issue. And so he talks about the problem with a lot of these peer-reviewed papers because people are out to get government grants. And I think that's one of the problems here is that we're teaching something that's become highly politicized in our schools. It's gonna they give it to the school boards, and then the school boards have the ability to mandate it. And I think that the lesson, it's very ambiguous what they will be taught. Will they be taught that we have to reverse the Industrial Revolution? Because that's a lot of what we see that goes hand in hand with climate change doctrine. I think that if it's true that the seas are rising and the beaches are going to disappear, that children will see that for themselves. I don't believe that we need to indoctrinate them through bills like this.
House will come to order. Members presenting his point. Everybody has to respect every member's opportunity to speak. Thank you.
With that, I'd ask members to vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Would you like to speak to this? Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Masood.
Speaking to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the bill that is before us asks the Board of Education, which we entrust with a lot of curriculum, to develop these guidelines and then be able to provide that to local school districts. Unfortunately, it has become politicized. If you go back, when I was a child, Ronald Reagan spoke extensively, actually, on the environment and why we should be protecting it. And here we are, unfortunately, in a hyper-political situation. We're entrusting the governor's board that he appoints to do this, and so we need to make the progress in moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
Next up is House Bill 1148, legislation to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to school boards, employment of counsel. Legislation report of the Committee on Education.
The delegate from Hampton, Delegate Cardoza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1148 simply makes it clear that appointed school boards as well as elected school boards will have access to counsel. I would ask that this bill be moved on to its engrossed and moved on to its third and final reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
Top of page 112 of the printed calendar. Legislation before you next is House Bill 1177, requiring the Commonwealth's participation in the Electronic Registration Information Center, ERIC. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Privileges and Elections, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1177 is a Section 1 bill that requires the Department of Elections to re-enroll into the Electronic Registration Information Center, or ERIC. That is a system that we helped develop here in Virginia. The Governor, Bob McDonnell, was very involved in its creation of several states to share data to make sure our voter file was accurate. As recently as 3 years ago, Ron DeSantis in Florida joined up and was praising the merits of it. Something happened between the fall of 22 and the May of 23 that to make some governors feel queasy about it. But this is what our report says. We have a report that comes out once a year from the Department of Elections, and it talks about our voter file, and it says the data quality from the ERIC program is significantly better than other interstate exchange programs and any program that ELECT could operate in-house with existing resources. That is what our department produced. Membership costs are less than the costs incurred if ELECT were required to create and manage an in-house program, resulting in the same quality of data. Yet, we learned this in testimony earlier this session, that by December they were getting qualms about it, and the Gateway pundits somehow got nervous about it, and some of our states started leaving it, and they made some charges in our resignation letter that are pretty serious, and saying that the data was shared for political purposes, and They had tried to make meaningful reform, but they were unsuccessful. So anyway, ERIC is not the only way to keep our voter file up to date and make sure that dead people aren't on it and moves are accounted for. Right now, we don't even have a relationship with Maryland that ERIC did cover. So that's just simply what this bill does. It has us rejoin ERIC, and the department can use all the other methods it uses as well to make sure our voter file is up to speed. So I thank the Speaker, and you want some more? I think this might be a 51-49 vote anyway. I hope the body will engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed its third reading.
Mr. Speaker, next up, bottom of page 112, is House Bill 1195, Delegate Hayes' legislation, which seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to purchase of firearms, waiting period, penalty. Legislation originally reported to the Committee on Public Safety, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations. And Mr. Speaker, Delegate Gilbert has a floor amendment to House Bill 1195 that is available online, is in IHOD for the members here, and it is before the body.
Mr. Speaker?
I'm going to let the clerk report the floor amendment.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, the floor amendment, it's distributed, available.
Okay. All right. The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I move to pass by the floor amendment.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon moves to pass by the floor amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
Mr. Speaker, sorry.
I'm sorry. The delegate from Shenandoah Valley, Delegate Gilbert.
Mr. Speaker, since I can't explain the floor amendment, I was hoping to avail myself of the 2 minutes of our side, please.
The delegate from Shenandoah, you have the floor.
Speaking to the motion. Mr. Speaker, thank you. This bill is intended to put a waiting period on firearm purchases, and the very limited intent of the floor amendment was to say if you are the victim of a domestic violence situation, you are literally in fear of your life or the lives of your children, that you should not have to wait 5 days to go out and acquire the means to protect yourself from the person who has told you they're going to kill you. Something that plays out all too often in this world that we live in. So just one little exception to your 5-day waiting period, Mr. Speaker, that somebody who finds themselves in that circumstance can go out and acquire the means to make sure that they are not murdered and that their children are not murdered by their alleged abuser. That's what this very simple, very limited floor amendment would have done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Very briefly, I'm not useful 2 minutes. We know that when you insert a firearm into a domestic violence situation, you increase the likelihood of lethality by like 500%. It's not a good idea. It would be the pleasure of the body to pass by the amendment.
Shut up. So the amendment be passed by. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The amendment is passed by. Ayes and nays are called for. Clerk will report it. Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 50, noes 48.
Ayes 50, noes 48. The motion to pass by is sustained. The underlying bill, the delegate from Chesapeake, Delegate Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker to the bill.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1195 comes at a request after the awful, tragic situation in the city of Chesapeake where we had a mass shooting in 2022. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I appreciate the fact that late that night, early the next morning, I received a bunch of calls from my colleagues here, as well as the next morning from colleagues and statewide elected officials expressing their concern. And the common denominator, Mr. Speaker, as all of those calls ended, was please let me know if there's anything that we can do for the families, the victim of those victims. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, allegedly and reportedly, the shooter decided to run out that morning, purchase a gun, and under anguish and anger and emotional distress, decided to go allegedly into his workplace at Walmart and shoot up innocent persons. Now, we hear about and we learn about the individuals who perished, but the effects, the results of the shooting go beyond just who perished. There were others who were shot who lived, but then there were also folks in the store who witnessed and had the trauma. And if I might, Mr. Speaker, just give you one description. One co-worker who was fortunate as she sat underneath the table in the break room and watched her co-workers getting shot, peeked from underneath the tablecloth, and the shooter told her, "Go ahead and get out of here." Imagine what she felt as she ran away after watching coworkers get shot. Later, the news cameras focused on her, and she grabbed her face in anguish and cried out, "I saw brains." How does she come back from that, Mr. Speaker, members of the House? How does the family, how do victims come back? I had the experience of attending some of the funerals of these victims and watched their families. Two days before Thanksgiving, they won't get to sit down for a meal ever again with those family members. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, all we're asking for, and I'm just saying, let's please put some restrictions on the proliferation of guns and the effects that it's having on our community. Mr. Speaker, you know, just last week, I get a phone call from my 82-year-old father who just wants to sit on the porch and enjoy his retirement. He tells me, and the phone call goes like this: "I don't know what's going on across the street, right across the street, quiet, middle-class neighborhood. There are trucks out here, armored trucks, and about 10 people with fatigues on with rifles, and some vehicle pounding down the front door because allegedly their neighbor, under duress, went out that day and he was barricaded in the house, allegedly purchasing a gun earlier that day." All kinds of statistics, Mr. Speaker, show that there will be a reduction in homicides and suicides when there's a waiting period, a cooling off period. I don't know about you, but I can name them by name. MC, my teammate on Little League baseball team. Suicide. RS, my best friend when we were 7 years old. Gets a hold of a gun. Suicide. GH, my seatmate in the junior high school band. Straight A student. Suicide. The list goes on and on. I don't know if you've had the experience of having cold metal on your abdomen like I did when I was a teenager. This proliferation of guns and the easy access, somewhere we made a wrong turn, Mr. Speaker. As a 25-year veteran working in and around law enforcement, something went wrong where folks are out weaponizing law enforcement. We say we want to support law enforcement, but we're allowing these guns, a proliferation of them, to just take over our communities. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I have an answer to the question, the common denominator that many of you, and I appreciate those calls, that the statewide elected officials ask the question, if I can do anything to help the victims of these families, please let me know. Mr. Speaker, I brought this bill in the ensuing General Assembly session after that horrific event in Chesapeake. And it was gently laid on the table as though the outcome was any different. I'm just trying to get us to answer and respond to the requests and the ask of the families of these victims, that we will have a waiting period, a cooling off period here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's what I ask, Mr. Speaker, that we engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Turn to page 113. House Bill 1221 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Board of Education, standards of learning, family life education, health education, menstrual education, curriculum guidelines, and instruction. The legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate for Fairfax, Delegate Seabold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1221 is a bill that was requested by students in my district. They are shocked to learn that they were not taught about menstruation in school and asked us to change this outdated policy. This bill permits school districts to include menstrual education in their health education curriculum. Mr. Speaker, I hope it is the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it along to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1244 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia, amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to restorative housing and isolated confinement, restrictions on use. Legislation reported to the Committee on Public Safety and subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Fredericksburg, Delegate Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1244 restricts isolated confinement within state correctional facilities for 15 days. Before isolating an inmate for their protection, facilities must try less restrictive measures first. Inmates in isolation must be reviewed every 48 hours, receive medical and mental health evaluations within 1 day, and have formal reviews in their presence within 24 hours. Administrators must notify regional authorities of any isolation placements within 24 hours, and I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Top of page 114. Bill before you next is House Bill 1247, which seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public school staffing ratios, teachers, English language learning students. Legislation originally reported to the Committee on Education with a substitute and subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a differing substitute.
Delegate for Prince William, Delegate Maldonado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the Education Committee substitute and ask that we reject the substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is not agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that I move the Appropriations Committee substitute and ask that we adopt the substitute.
Shall the Appropriations Committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1247 will better align much-needed funding resources for our English language learners across the Commonwealth. More specifically, this bill requires state funding to be provided pursuant to the General Appropriations Act to support division-wide staffing ratios for English language learner students based on each student's English proficiency level. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
House Bill 1339 seeks to amend and reenact three sections of the Code of Virginia relating to exemption from garnishment and lien, householder, total value. Legislation reported to Committee for Courts of Justice Amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, House Bill 1339 increases the homestead exemption of bankruptcy from $25,000 to $50,000 and increases the exemption for an automobile from $6,000 to $10,000. Bill has the support of the creditors bar, and everybody else who was involved. All the stakeholders said this is a compromise we can live with. It will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
House Bill 1354 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to declawing cats, prohibition, civil penalty. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources, Amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Martinez.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the committee's substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1354 stipulates that veterinarians have the sole authority to declaw a cat in instances where the feline's health is at risk. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and pass to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
Top of page 115, House Bill 1365 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to public institutions of higher education, release of student transcripts. The legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with an amendment.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1365 limits transcript withholding as a debt collection practice for institutions of higher education looking to collect direct-to-institution debt. This bill requires transcripts to be released to a prospective employer upon the request of a student. Additionally, transcripts cannot be withheld for nominal debts defined in this bill, that is any debt under $500 or $1,000 for any students who receive Pell Grants. Finally, this bill requires transcripts to be released if the student has enrolled in a payment plan and has made 3 consecutive monthly payments. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and move it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
Next up is House Bill 1379. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia, all relating to the Department of Environmental Quality Reports consolidation. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, Natural Resources, Amendment nature substitute.
Delegate for Prince William, Delegate Lovejoy.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1379 is a housekeeping bill which consolidates various DEQ reports with varying due dates into one single report with a single due date. It does not change the subject or content of any reports. It does, however, make them easier to produce by DEQ and be consumed by the public. I and the poor souls who prepare these reports at DEQ hope it will be the will of this body to engross the bill and pass it along to the third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Turning to page 116, next up, Delegate Ward's House Bill 1404, which seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia relating to Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity, Small Business Procurement Enhancement Program, and Women-Owned and Minority-Owned Business Procurement Enhancement Program established. Report. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Rules with the amendment nature substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a differing substitute.
The delegate from Hampton City, Delegate Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Which one, from rules or from approach?
The rules.
And you want us to vote against it?
Oh, yes.
The delegate moves committee substitute from rules. Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Thank you. The substitute is not agreed to.
Now I ask that you support the substitute by the Rules Committee. Appropriations.
Shall the Appropriations Committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that the committee substitute that we just voted on was an incorporation of a bill that was patroned by Delegate Luke Torian, who I just might want to mention is the chair of appropriations. He is now with me on this bill, House Bill 1404. And what it does, it codifies Executive Order 35, but it also mandates that the Department of Supplier Diversity to conduct a comprehensive business disparity study every 5 years. And over time, the synergy between these executive orders and studies have shaped and enhanced the state's contracting system, establishing a crucial framework to support women and minority-owned small businesses. And even more important, this legislation provides opportunities in state contracting to SWAM-certified businesses that do not have to rely on an executive order because an executive order can end or be rescinded at any time. I hope it's a pleasure of this body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1406 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact section of the code relating to fishing license requirements, exemptions, free fishing days. Legislation reported on, from the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake Natural Resources, Amendment Nature substitute.
The delegate from Hanover, Delegate Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
All right. Now, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, House Bill 1406 increases from 3 to 6 the maximum number of days that both the Department of Wildlife Resources and the Virginia Marine Resources Commission may designate as free fishing days for a person to fish in any inland or salt waters of the Commonwealth without a fishing license. I hope it will be the pleasure of the House to engross the bill and pass it along to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Top of page 117, House Bill 1434 would authorize the Department of Forestry to grant a tract of land known as Sandy Point in King William County to the Mattaponi Indian tribe. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake Natural Resources with Amendment Nature substitute.
Delegate from Middlesex, Delegate Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1434 says that the Department of Forestry is authorized to have conversations to grant and convey tracts of land within Sandy Point State Forest in King William County, south of and including Brooks Creek, to the Mattaponi Indian tribe. It also authorizes the department to have conversations to grant and convey tracts of land within Sandy Point State Forest in King William, north of Brooks Creek, as the department seems suitable, Prior to such conveyance, the department may enter into conversations with the tribe, localities, and relevant stakeholders to determine how such tracts of land may be used for the benefit of the public at large. I hope it would be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
House Bill 1436 now before you seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to sales tax revenue entertainment arena. Legislation was supported by the Committee on Finance with amendments.
The delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1436 aims to allow certain localities to collect sales tax revenues from transactions at entertainment arenas owned in part or fully by the locality. It adds the phrase entertainment arena to the definition of public facility for this purpose. Mind you, the County of Henrico has jumped on board. And the City of Alexandria has nothing to do with this bill. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Top of page 118. Bill before you now is House Bill 1454, seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to limited duration licenses and driver privilege cards and permits. Expiration. Legislation originally passed the Committee on Transportation with amendment nature substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Speaker. When we created the driver privilege cards a few years ago, the goal was clear: ensure we have safer roads and the Virginia undocumented community have consistent access to transportation and identity verification. This bill and its companion in the Senate, Senator McPike's SB 246, simply amend the sections related to limited duration licenses and driver privilege cards so that they are the same time duration of regular driver's licenses under 46.2-330. It also serves as not having this serves as a major barrier to immigrants in reaching employment, government offices, and other essential locations, especially for immigrant farmers in rural parts of the state. This will save money for Virginia and allow our undocumented community to participate in the economy and their communities to their full potential. I'm also happy that it's supported by agribusiness as well as immigrant rights groups. Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
House Bill 1466 is now before the body. It seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to mineral mines, agriculture irrigation systems, and Planning District 22. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Accomack, Delegate Bloxham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the committee substitute, please.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1466 simply gives a farmer an exemption to dig a farm pond so he will use surface water instead of well-watered irrigated crops. I hope it's the pleasure of the body to engross the bill, pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
House Bill 1467 is legislation now before you, which seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to baccalaureate public institutions of higher education, boards of visitors membership. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Albemarle, Delegate Lawfer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1467 creates a simple democratic process for electing two non-voting advisory members to the Board of Visitors, one from the faculty and one from staff. I hope it's the will of the body to engross and move HB 1467 to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and pass the third reading.
House Bill 1483 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact several sections of the Code of Virginia relating to local tax penalties and interest. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Finance with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the Finance Committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1483 is called a meal tax bill. This bill will require localities to apply voluntary payment made by taxpayers to the tax return that accompanies such payment. It also creates a notice required, or asks for a notice required for localities prior to making a levy on property due to delinquent tax payment. And the bill also would provide that with respect to any local food or beverage tax following the denial of a taxpayer's application for correction, the locality and the taxpayer may agree to settle the liability pursuant to an offer in compromise. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill will be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 1502 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact portion of the Acts of Assembly of 2022 relating to tangible personal property tax, classification certain vehicles. Legislation report of the Committee on Finance with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate Van Henrico, Delegate Willett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, HB 1502 removes a sunset date from the code relating to tangible personal property to allow localities to assess and tax motor vehicles at a rate different from the standard rate for this class. Mr. Speaker, I move this bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Top of page 120, bill before you is House Bill 1531, seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to elephants, pain-inflicting training tools prohibited, actions for attachment, civil penalty. Legislative report of Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. This bill would create a civil penalty for anyone in the Commonwealth who uses bull hooks or similar device to hurt or intimidate elephants. I hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 1535 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to food and beverage tax, meals tax discount. Legislation is reported to the Committee on Finance with amendments.
Delegate from Richmond, Delegate Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I move the Finance Committee's subcommittee's amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
And, Mr. Speaker, I move the Finance Committee's amendments.
We just did.
It's just did. Keep it moving.
Yes, sir. 1535 allows localities the flexibility to offer seller's commission to businesses, even if they are delinquent in their tax payments. I hope that it would be the pleasure of the House to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 36 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to owner of firearm, use of firearm by minor in an unlawful manner, or to cause bodily injury penalties. Legislation was supported by the Committee for Courts of Justice with an amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Henrico, Delegate Willett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, HB 36 is an accountability bill, a bill that holds a parent or guardian accountable for allowing a child access to a firearm when that child has been determined to pose a threat of violence to others. This bill comes from a constituent family who lost their child at the hands of another child who was severely emotionally disturbed and whose parents knew that that child never should have had access to a firearm. The bill creates a Class 5 felony for that parent or guardian or other responsible adult who allows that access after a school threat assessment determines the child poses a threat of violence or physical harm to others, or when that adult knows, or reasonably should know, that the child has charges pending for, has been convicted and adjudicated as a delinquent of a violent juvenile felony. This bill includes a hold harmless and affirmative defense clause. Mr. Speaker, I hope it will be the will of this body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 78 seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to search warrants, menstrual health data prohibited. Legislation was reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with an amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
House Bill 78, as reported by the clerk, prohibits a search warrant being issued for the search and seizure of digital menstrual health data that is used to determine, predict, or estimate the past, present, or future menstrual health or menstrual status of an individual. I hope it'll be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, having passed the halfway mark of the 133 bills on second reading on the downhill side, beginning with House Bill 90. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to elections, candidates for office, conduct of primaries, declaration of candidacy. Legislation reported by the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Delegate from Roanoke, Delegate McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in the home stretch, and I also have goodies over here. House Bill 90 tightens up the sore loser law, specifically when somebody withdraws at the last minute from a primary and then tries to run as an independent. I ask that we engross the bill and pass it to third reading. Thank you.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Up at page 122, House Bill 106 seeks to amend and reenact a section of the Code of Virginia relating to shared solar programs, Phase 2 utility minimum bill capacity. Legislation was reported by the Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate for Fairfax, Delegate Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 106 expands and makes changes to the shared solar program in Dominion service territory. The bill expands the program by adding an additional 150 megawatts to the program, half of which must serve no more than 51% low-income customers. The bill also authorizes incentives to locate projects on rooftops, brownfields, landfills, and dual-use agricultural facilities. It requires, in Part 2 of the program, the subscriber organization to transfer the RECs to the utility and directs DOE to convene a stakeholder work group to determine the amounts and forms of incentives required by the bill. It directs the SEC to establish a minimum bill and prescribes the factors the Commission is to consider, including the benefits to the electric grid and to the Commonwealth of the program. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Next up is House Bill 108. This legislation seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to shared solar programs, Phase 1 utility minimum bill capacity. This legislation was also reported by the Committee on Commerce and Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 108 creates a new shared solar program in the Appalachian Power Service Territory in Virginia. The program is limited to 50 megawatts, has similar provisions to the shared solar program in HB 106 I just described with respect to the incentives for rooftop, brownfields, and landfills, and a stakeholder group to flesh out those incentives. Similar provisions with respect to the RECs, similar provisions with respect to requiring the SEC to establish a minimum bill, and the factors the Commission is to consider, including the benefits to the electric grid. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed its third reading.
House Bill 122 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Environmental Quality, review and authorization of projects, hearings, and appeal. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 122 allows any person aggrieved by the final decision of the Department of Environmental Quality and who has participated in a proceeding for a permit to construct or operate a small renewable energy project under procedures adopted by the department to seek judicial review of such action in accordance with the Administrative Process Act in the Circuit Court of the City of Richmond. The bill requires the courts to hear and decide such action as soon as practicable after the date of filing. It makes no changes to the course of any subsequent appeals. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bills be engrossed and passed to their third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bills are engrossed and passed to their third reading.
Mr. Speaker, turning to page 123, top of page 123, the bill before you next is a House Bill 179, which seeks to amend and reenact various portions of the Code of Virginia related to consecutive terms of imprisonment, Legislation was reported to the Committee on for Courts of Justice February 2nd, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations. And Mr. Speaker, Delegate Gilbert has offered 4 floor amendments that he would like to have taken up individually. And Mr. Speaker, they're not available yet. They were just handed to us. Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, can this bill go by temporarily?
The delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasul, moves that this bill go by temporarily. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Bill goes by temporarily.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, continuing, bottom of page 123, bill before you now is House Bill 223. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to cruelty to animals, possession and ownership of animals. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with a substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendments drawn to that substitute, so they are not in conflict, apparently.
Delegate from Spotsylvania, Delegate Ark.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I further move the committee amendments from Courts of Justice that were drawn to the substitute.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment has been agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, members of the body, this simply gives judges the discretion in cases of extreme animal cruelty against companion animals or equine that the judge may impose a lifetime ban on ownership on a felony conviction subject to reinstatement after 5 years at the former pet owner's request, and in a serious misdemeanor animal cruelty charge, it may be up to a 5-year prohibition against ownership of another companion animal or equine. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Over on page 124, the bill before you next is House Bill 243, seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Judicial Inquiry and Review Commission, availability of complaint forms in courthouses. This legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Martinez.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the committee's substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 243 mandates that the public can have the opportunity to pick up complaint forms against a judge, justice, and/or magistrate at any clerk's office in the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 267 seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to assault or assault and battery against law enforcement officer, arrest and prosecution of individual experiencing a mental health emergency. This legislation was reported to the Committee on for the Courts of Justice with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute approaches the challenge that we've had for, I believe, 4 years now to try to deal effectively with individuals who may have a diagnosed mental illness, who may have a cognitive disorder, who may have issues such as Alzheimer's or autism, in the situation where they come into contact with law enforcement. The substitute makes it an affirmative defense that such an individual may bring before the court in the charge of having assaulted the law enforcement officer. It excludes any behavior that might be involved with drunkenness. So it narrowly looks at those issues that we are trying very hard, and I know law enforcement has been responding extremely well on crisis intervention training. But this speaks to those situations where crisis intervention training has still led to the kind of contact that could lead to a felony assault charge. And this allows, again, an affirmative defense so that the individual's life is not made even more difficult in finding housing and employment, etc., by having a felony record. I hope it'll be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third read? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 318 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to firearm industry members' standards of responsible conduct, civil liability. Legislation originally reported by the Committee on Public Safety, subsequently by the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 318 establishes a predicate exemption under the Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act by creating a standard of responsible conduct for firearm industry members. It requires those members to establish and implement reasonable controls regarding the manufacture, sale, distribution, use, and marketing of the firearm industry's members' firearm-related products. I hope it is the will of this body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third read? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third read.
House Bill 326 is now before the body. It seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to social work licensure compact. This legislation was reported to the Committee on General Laws with an amendment, and then subsequently by the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Glass.
Gratitude, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Gratitude, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 327 allows the Commonwealth to enter into an interstate compact for social work. This allows social workers in Virginia to be licensed in multiple states. Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third read? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third read.
Turning to page 126, printed calendar, bill before you next, House Bill 327, directing the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services to amend the state rental assistance program for the Settlement Agreement Population Program guidelines. This legislation reported from the Committee on Health and Human Services with an amendment nature substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on General Laws with a differing substitute.
Delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Fakins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two substitutes. I would like to move the Health and Human Services substitute and request that members reject it.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Substitute is rejected.
I would like to move this, the substitute from General Laws and request that members accept it.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 327 addresses housing availability for individuals with disabilities and requires that the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services collaborate with relevant stakeholders towards ways to increase housing access for that community. For these reasons, I move that we engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 338. This legislation seeks to amend the Code of Virginia related to siting of data centers, impacts on resources, site assessment. Legislation was reported to the Committee on County, Cities, and Towns with line amendments.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 338 merely allows localities to look at both the impact, when siting a data center, to look at the impact of water quality and carbon emissions when siting a data center. I hope it's the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed its third read? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 392 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Petroleum Products Franchise Act. Agreements between jobber distributors and dealers, market valuation study. Legislation was reported from the Committee on Labor and Commerce with an amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reeser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
HB 392 extends the fair market value protections of the Virginia Petroleum Franchise Act to the relationship between the product dealers and their leaseholders, which includes many small business owners within Planning District 8. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 405 is legislation that seeks to amend and reenact a portion of the Code of Virginia relating to subdivision ordinance, electric vehicle charging stations. This legislation reported to the Committee on General Laws with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 405 directs the Commission on Electric Utility Regulation to evaluate the electrical distribution infrastructure requirements needed to support electric vehicle charging stations in new single-family homes and multifamily developments. This bill stems from discussions between the home builders and the environmental community about how to remove barriers and lower the cost of building EV-ready and EV-capable residential communities. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill engross this body and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 474 is legislation to amend the Code of Virginia relating to Restroom Access Act. This legislation reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendments, subsequently reported by the Committee for Courts of Justice with an overarching amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Corner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Committee on Labor amendment and ask that we reject the amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The committee amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I move the Committee from Courts of Justice substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 474 has become known across the country as Allie's Law. Allie, at the age of 14, was out shopping in a retail store with her mother. Allie suffered from Crohn's disease. She had an immediate attack. Her mother asked permission for her daughter to use the restroom, and it was denied the ability to do that and resulted in an accident in that retail store. Like all good moms, Allie's mother said, I'm going to make sure this doesn't happen again to anybody. And so she brought forward in 2005 the first state to pass Allie's Law. And now there are 20 states that have provided protections so that individuals suffering from diseases like Crohn's can have access to employee restrooms in emergency situations. I'd like to claim this was my idea. It was brought to me by a constituent who unfortunately has had a similar experience here in Virginia, but it's not the first time this bill has come up. The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope, in 2016 brought this bill to try to help constituents who he knew needed access to restrooms as well. We have put even more significant guardrails on this bill than other states. There are protections for employers, and I would ask that the body engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Top of page 128 of the printed calendar. Next up is House Bill 516. This legislation seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to prescription drugs, labels, blind and disabled users. This legislation reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the body, House Bill 516 would require pharmacies to notify any person receiving a prescription drug that an accessible prescription label is available upon request at no cost, and to provide to individuals who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled accessible prescription labels that meet specified accessibility requirements. We're calling this the prescription reader. We heard testimony on this in our subcommittee and had extensive comments. And I would admit to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the body, that I don't always look at all the comments that we receive on HodSpeak for our hearings, and I commend you for doing that. A constituent pointed me to it. There are over 41 people who weighed in support of the bill, telling specific stories about how they got prescriptions confused, and in some cases had ended up going to the hospital. Many states have already addressed it this way. Nevada, Oregon, Tennessee, Hawaii, Maryland, and Puerto Rico have already addressed it this way. Hope it pleasure the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third read? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Now up is House Bill 519. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Board of Medicine unprofessional conduct. Legislation reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Munden King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 519 prohibits the Board of Medicine from taking disciplinary action against a doctor for performing a legal abortion. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Mr. Speaker, continuing page 129, House Bill 544 is legislation to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Department of Workforce Development and Advancement. Director. The legislation was reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with a substitute, and the bill's patron as a floor substitute, which is available to the members here of IHOD and the public through the Legislative Information System.
Delegate from Lynchburg, Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Labor and Commerce Committee amendments and request that the House reject the motion.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The committee substitute is rejected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adopt the floor substitute, and I'd like to speak to the changes there.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The floor substitute before us gets the bill into the same posture as the Senate companion bill. The only changes from the committee substitute is that it puts the data sharing agreement language back in line with the legislation passed last year by this body. So HB 544 intends to make some minor tweaks in the new Department of Workforce and Advancement, commonly referred to as Virginia Works, to improve the function, allowing the agency's creation from last summer. And Mr. Speaker, I move that this bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to. Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 570 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to a Prescription Drug Affordability Board established. Drug Cost Affordability Review. Legislation originally was reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with an amendment nature substitute, and then subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate for Fairfax, Delegate Delaney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, HB 570 establishes the Prescription Drug Affordability Review Board in order to rein in out-of-control prescription drug prices. This independent board is composed of unbiased medical and healthcare professionals who will have the authority to review price hikes of expensive drugs. After meeting with manufacturers, the public, and a stakeholder advisory committee, the board will determine whether an upper price limit is appropriate. In doing so, this bill ensures the ideal that cost is never a barrier to life-saving medication in Virginia. I hope it is the will of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Did she move it? She moved it. Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third.
Page 130, bill before you next, House Bill 576, seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Board for Contractors, required regulations and disclosures. This legislation reports to the Committee on General Laws with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Gass.
Gratitude, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Gratitude, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 576 provides a statement for consumer protection disclosure for the purchase of residential rooftop solar panels and requires the involvement of a roofing knowledge when the installation of rooftop solar panels. Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 578 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Uniform Statewide Building Code violations fines. This legislation was reported to the Committee on General Laws.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate McQuinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 578 is a bill that looks at the Uniform Statewide Building Code, the violations, and increases the fine. It clarifies the language regarding the abatement period because the language was contradictory. It provides a default abatement period if a judge does not specify, and it adds in firm and corporation as possibly being offenders in sections as it relates to buildings and them being well kept. It also heightened fines for owners of multifamily properties in the area the governing body has declared blighted. I ask that the House will engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 609 now before you seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to contraception, right to contraception, applicability, enforcement. This legislation reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Delegate for Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 609 would codify a person's right to contraception, preventing any state actor from infringing upon an individual's right to access contraception. Mr. Speaker, the language of the bill includes various types of drugs and devices so that people can have access to these drugs and devices that help prevent pregnancy and also help treat other health issues like endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 614 seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to community service work in lieu of payment of fines and costs, work performed while incarcerated. This legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with an amendment.
Delegate for Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 614 clarifies and expands previous legislation regarding community service performed during incarceration, counting toward offsetting court debt. It adds work while incarcerated, clarifies that either qualifying work or community service can be on or off facility grounds, ensures that incarcerated people in local, regional, and DOC facilities can be considered, and requires confirmation of number of hours worked to be given by the facility. I hope it would be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Now, before you, House Bill 623 seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia relating to rights of voters, covered practices, civil cause of action, standing, jurisdiction, and venue. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
The delegate from Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, currently based on the Voting Rights Act of Virginia, either the Attorney General or an impacted voter can initiate a civil cause of action if the voting rights of a voter of a protected class were impacted through one of the covered practices. House Bill 623 would add for an organization whose membership includes voters who are members of a protected class or whose mission is ensuring voting access. I hope it would be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Turning to page 132, House Bill 655. This legislation seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to local fiscal distress, state intervention. Legislation reported to the Committee on County, Cities, and Towns with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Corner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before you improves our APA early warning signs for localities that are entering into fiscal distress. It improves our monitoring of those, and then it also increases our supports that are provided in the event that a locality is not able to, on their own, get out of their financial situation. I would ask the body engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 746 is legislation that seeks to amend and reenact three sections of the Code of Virginia relating to energy efficiency programs, incremental annual savings. This legislation reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Fauquier, Delegate Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As amended, what we have is a result of feedback from various stakeholders, including the two main utilities. What it does is it changes the energy efficiency program. It creates a single test developed by the SEC. It will involve a stakeholder process that brings both utilities and experts to the table, and then it also allows the SEC to set efficiency goals. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 801 seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to electronic communication systems within state correctional facilities, free telephone calls, and communication services. Legislation reported to the Committee on Public Safety, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriation with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the substitute from appropriations.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 801 now says that the state shall have the lowest possible rates when contracting for any communications inside of our state facilities. It also says that DOC shall no longer take commissions on any communications that are happening. I hope it would be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third read.
Next up, House Bill 812. This legislation would direct the Department of Motor Vehicles to amend the personalized license plate issuance guidelines to prohibit any personalized license plate that makes reference to the Confederacy, Jefferson Davis, or Robert E. Lee. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Transportation with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Prince William, Delegate Monday King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill to discontinue the Robert E. Lee and Sons of the Confederacy license plate. This bill is needed to help us end the false narrative of the lost cause and help us embrace the fact that General Lee was anything but a gentleman. He was a traitor to this country, a brutal enslaver, and not worthy of being celebrated on our license plate. My hope is that folks can go back to books like these that share a false narrative of a good man. Now that we know the reality of the way he whipped, tormented, traded human beings, broke up families, we can now remove this stain from our license plate system. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 824 is legislation to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to abolition of fees, legal representation of indigent defendant. This legislation was reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Richmond, Delegate Cousins.
Thank you. I move that the House adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Virginia courts, if a judge finds that a defendant is indigent and is unable to pay for an attorney, the defendant is assigned an attorney by the court and is responsible for attorney's fees for the court-appointed counsel. There is a bill that's currently making its way through the House that will increase compensation for court-appointed attorneys, and so the substitute for HB 824 caps fees at what the defendant would have owed if the assessment of fees took place on or before June 30th, 2024. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Top of page 134, House Bill 857 seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to fines and costs, period of limitations on collection. This legislation was reported to the Committee of Courts of Justice with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill to make sure that court fines and fees do not result in a life sentence to poverty. Under current law, the statute of limitations for the collection of court fines and fees can be as long as 60 years. This bill will reduce that time period to 10 years, running from the date of judgment. I hope it will be the will of the House to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 858. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to health care, decision-making, end-of-life penalties. This legislation is reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the body, House Bill 858 is a bill that's called medical aid in dying. Don't call it suicide, because these are people that want to live, but because of their condition, because they're so terminal and suffering, they want to have control over their illness. This bill gives terminally ill adults the option to request, obtain, and should they choose, take medications to die peacefully in their sleep if their suffering becomes unbearable. Very importantly, Mr. Speaker, this has safeguards where individuals must be mentally capable of making an informed decision and have a prognosis of 6 months or less to live. This legislation takes measures to ensure that that's the case. It also requires two health care providers. They must confirm that the person is, one, terminally ill with a prognosis of 6 months to live, and they must be mentally capable and not being coerced. Coercion is a Class 2 felony, so that's up to life in prison, Mr. Speaker, for being forced to do this. If either provider has concerns about the patient's mental capacity for such a decision, the provider can make a referral to a mental health professional for an assessment. So this bill does have adequate safeguards in it. You must be at least 18 years old, you must have a terminal illness and prognosis of 6 months or less, certified by 2 physicians, and you must be mentally competent to make this decision all at that time. If at any point during that time you want to pull back, you can, or if you're not capable, the physician must get mental health therapy for you. You're acting voluntary without coercion. The person must make 2 separate requests. They must be oral. So the person must be competent enough to make this request. You make one request, 14 days later, you make the second request. You need one in writing, and the bill spells out what it says in writing. It must be witnessed. So we make absolutely certain the safeguards are present. There's a number of different safeguards in here. I won't go through all of them, Mr. Speaker. 11 states already allow this law. We heard testimony from a lot of different families, people that are suffering, people that can't speak for themselves, how important this is to have this ability. It's not for everyone. It's a choice. If you believe for reasons of your own that you think that there's other ways to deal with it, you don't have to make this decision. But for people who want this choice, and I hope no one ever has to go through this decision, the choice would be there for your comfort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will be a pleasure to the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Delegate from Colonial Heights, Delegate Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
The delegate has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, imagine, if you will, with me a moment in time where my friend Bob is sitting across the desk from his doctor. And his doctor delivered the devastating news that he had cancer. And not just any cancer, but a super aggressive form that had little forms of treatment and no help of a cure. He's told he has a year to live. Now fast forward with me to today, Mr. Speaker, where Bob still lives with his wife in Georgia over 14 years later. 14 years he was able to spend with his kids and grandkids. 14 years of sunrises and sunsets. But had he listened to his doctors and lost hope because of that, he may not be with us here today. You see, Mr. Speakers, doctors do not write our story. God does. There are continual medical advancements that improve treatments for diseases that today we deem incurable. But there's a bigger problem with this legislation beyond what medicine may or may not be able to help. It, like all early ending of life, is a permanent solution for what may be a temporary problem. Sadly, people do it every day. Earlier in this session, I joined a bipartisan majority of this body to ensure that someone was not charged with a crime if they attempted suicide in the middle of a mental health crisis, and they survive. But this bill takes a large step forward from that and asks not only is it not a crime, but that the state sanction it and ask a physician to help in that process. So many times when a loved one ends their life early, we ask ourselves if we could have done something to stop it. And now there's a move to sanction it and to say it's okay. And where does all this come from? I believe that this end starts at the beginning. There's been a concerted movement by some across the political spectrum to devalue life. When we determine that life at its inception is inconvenient and that there's a choice to be made whether to protect it or not, when we arrive at its end, we may also find that it is inconvenient or a choice to be made. Mr. Speaker, prior to my arrival in this chamber, the death penalty was removed from the Virginia Code. One of the arguments made was that, what if we get it wrong? What if, even though convicted beyond a reasonable doubt, we get it wrong and murder an innocent man? That one instance of getting it wrong is not worth the risk. And this isn't even a hypothetical argument. We have people sitting in jails for years that we then find out we got it wrong. And then we have to pay them for what we did to them. Well, Mr. Speaker, today I make that same argument. What if the doctors get it wrong? What if the medical diagnosis is wrong and we allow a doctor to end someone's life that wasn't really going to die in 6 months? Are we really going to allow that? Are we going to be complicit in that choice, in that decision? Mr. Speaker, I, for one, will not be complicit. Just as I would have voted to end the death penalty here in Virginia had I been in this chamber, on the premise that what if the jury got it wrong? I encourage my colleagues that the risks are too great with this bill that a doctor doesn't write our story. I encourage you to reject this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the delegate's speech there, but this is an option. This is not for everyone. Do doctors get it wrong? Yeah, sure. There could be a diagnosis. The example that he gave, someone had a year to live. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about people that are at end of life. They have an incurable disease, that there is no treatment available, that they are slowly degressing. And Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of people here served with Senator Wexton, and people know that she's going through and watching her go through these situations and this situation. And she's written an impassioned letter about how this option ought to be available for people like her. And there's tons of people out there that this could be available for. There are some people that this would not be an option for them, but the safeguards that we have in the bill, and I encourage you to read the language before you decide to vote, is to look at the safeguards that we have with the two physicians, the 6 months or less, the competency. These are people that want to live. They're not giving up. They want to live, but they cannot continue, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the body will engross the bill and pass it on to the third read and give people this option to die with dignity and not let their disease write that chapter for them.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 884 is legislation to amend the Code of Virginia relating to vehicle exhaust systems, inspection, and administrative fee. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Transportation with amendment H. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Transportation Committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to in a quiet way.
Thunderously, right. The Transportation Committee substitute presents a solution or an approach, and it won't be solved, but it's an approach for Northern Virginia only, the Planning District 8, to the issue that I long ago put on my folder, macho mufflers. Those mufflers that make excessive noise. Now, the problem is noise is tricky. It bounces off in things. It's blended in with other traffic. It's very hard to determine which vehicle is making the noise. So the approach before you allows law enforcement to cite a vehicle for excessive noise, but there's a civil remedy, basically checking the law enforcement's hearing. It allows an individual within 30 days in Northern Virginia to go to one of the admissions inspection stations, which we have had for decades because of the Clean Air Act. And at that admission station, Saturdays as well, they would be able to get the muffler tested, and at the muffler pipe, with no other distractions, the decibel level of 95 is the standard that this bill sets. It is only for passenger vehicles. It is not for motorcycles. It is not for a vehicle that is as the manufacturer produced the vehicle, or as replacement equipment was up to that manufactured standards. If the vehicle does not pass the test, they have another 30 days to have it retested. And if they still do not pass the test, or they never submit themselves to the test, then the fee is collected through the annual registration fee. Again, a civil fee would be added on of $250. I hope you would engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading. Thank you.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 893 is legislation to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia relating to standards for attorneys appointed to represent parents or guardians, child dependency cases, Virginia Parent Advocacy Commission established. This legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice with an amendment nature substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a differing substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Courts of Justice Committee substitute with the recommendation that we reject that substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is rejected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Appropriations Committee substitute and ask that they accept the substitute.
Shall the appropriation substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The appropriation substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 893 increases compensation rates for court-appointed parent counsel in child dependency cases, and it also directs the Judicial Council of Virginia to adopt standards of practice for court-appointed parent counsel and authorizes the creation of 2 pilot multidisciplinary law offices for the purpose of representing parents in these proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Top of page 136 of the printed calendar. Bill before you next is House Bill 904, which seeks to amend and reenact a wide variety of sections of the Code of Virginia, all related to voter registration, list maintenance activities, cancellation procedures, required record matches, required identification information, data standards. This legislation report Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Newport News, Delegate Price.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 904 would help require that sources of data for the purposes of voter list maintenance are from trusted sources, that the department has a high level of confidence in the accuracy of the data prior to canceling any voter's registration, that voters who are thought to have a new felony conviction be given the opportunity to offer evidence to the contrary prior to their voter registration being canceled, and much like other voters have when their cancellation is coming for other reasons, and also creates a record subject to FOIA for any voter registration that is canceled. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 949 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to above-ground storage tanks, hazardous substance above-ground storage tank fund, civil penalties. Legislation reported to Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with amendment nature substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Thank you, Mr.
The committee
Speaker.
substitute is agreed to.
Thank you. In 2014, the Elk River chemical spill disaster left 300,000 people in West Virginia without drinking water for more than a week, including the state capital. Despite a 2016 report from DEQ, DOH, and DEM mandated by this body that concluded that there were gaps in Virginia's regulation of chemical storage tanks, we still don't have regulated large chemical above-ground storage tanks properly taken care of. This bill is a solid step forward that has the support of the manufacturers, the Agribusiness Council, and the League of Conservation Voters, among others. It would help us get the ball rolling on the U.S. EPA final rule on Clean Water Act substance worst-case discharge planning regulation. It would help us with enhanced record keeping, help us with requiring finalization of the state guidance within 6 months of the federal rule, and allow DEQ to update and enforce increased training requirements for above-ground storage tank inspectors. Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 950, a different bill, seeks to amend the Code of Virginia related to energy efficiency standards, more stringent energy efficiency requirements. This legislation reported to the Committee on County, Cities, and Towns with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the Board of Housing and Community Development has been told by the governor to remove a quarter of its rules from our building code. These are the rules that protect homes and businesses against fires, bad weather, and shoddy workmanship. The board just completed its triennial update of the Virginia Building Code. If there was a compelling need to remove regulations, one would believe it would have been done then. Housing advocates worry the administration might especially target energy efficiency requirements for the 25% cuts, but nothing would stop them from cutting basic safety measures. This bill states that the governor and the Board of Housing and Community Development shall not modify or change any regulations touching the state building code before the next triennial review process for the Virginia Building Code before it's completed. The regular building code review is the right forum to discuss what, if anything, should be removed from the building code. An ad hoc process is not. This bill is supported by a broad coalition, including the home builders. Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 951. This legislation seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to building service employees, public contracting. Legislative report of Committee on Labor and Commerce with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Supported by the labor community, this legislation would empower localities to enact displaced worker ordinances, provide protections to service workers when their employer changes. This bill is a local option bill that permits any locality in the Commonwealth to provide for protections for building service employees when the contract they work under is turned over to a new contractor. Building service workers in Virginia generally have no legal rights if the contractor they work for changes and the incoming contractor decides not to retain the existing workforce. The same is true when a building is sold or the building service work is contracted out when it had previously been performed in-house. Mr. Speaker, I move we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Bill 955 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, summary of rental agreement provisions. Legislative report of Committee on General Laws with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Far too often when landlords allow their properties to become so decrepit that they are condemned, poor tenants are hurt. Evictions are often ugly and awful life-changing events for people, but evictions shouldn't happen because a landlord couldn't maintain their property. And in that situation, none of the cost of that eviction should fall on a tenant. This bill ensures landlords pay actual damages, tenants get their rent and security deposit returned in cases where they're forced out due to a condemnation, with the following exceptions. 1, the condemnation of the dwelling unit was caused by the deliberate or negligent act or omission of the tenant or authorized occupant or guest or invitee of the tenant. The condemnation, or 2, the condemnation of the dwelling unit was caused by an act of God, or 3, the lease was properly terminated pursuant to the Virginia Code. Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, over on page 138, continuing Delegate Lopez's number of bills. House Bill 957. House Bill 957 seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia related to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, tenant's assertion, condemnation of leased premises remedies. Legislation report of Committee on General Laws with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, may this bill go by temporarily?
No.
Oh.
No. Yeah, yes. The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez, moves that the bill go by temporarily. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The bill goes by temporarily.
Speaker, House Bill 971 is now before you. It seeks to amend and reenact 2 sections of the Code of Virginia relating to nurse practitioners, patient care team provider, autonomous practice. Legislation report of Committee on Health and Human Services with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you. This bill amends the amount of time that a nurse practitioner must spend under full-time clinical supervision with a physician before they can practice autonomously from the current 5 years to 3 years. It also makes a small adjustment to the patient care team in the event that the supervising physician is no longer available to provide supervision, and directs the Department of Health Professions to collect data on the bill's implementation. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and move it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 994 is legislation to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia, repeal one other, all relating to legal age for marriage. This legislation reported to Committee for Courts of Justice, Mr. Speaker, with an amendment.
A delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Keys-Gamarra.
Mr. Speaker, I move the amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 994 establishes the legal age of marriage to be 18 years of age and eliminates the ability for a minor to declare emancipation for the purposes of marrying. I hope that it will be the will of this body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1060 is legislation to amend the Code of Virginia relating to long-term care insurance rate increases, notice requirements. Legislation reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce. Mr. Speaker, with an amendment.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, this bill would ensure that long-term care insurance policyholders have access to and awareness of potential rate increases when those increases will be implemented, and that their concerns are considered when the State Corporation Commission considers the rate increase proposals. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1099 seeks to amend and reenact portions of the Acts of Assembly of 2023 Special Session 1 relating to heated tobacco taxation. This legislation reported to the Committee on Finance with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Scott, Delegate Kilgore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1099 repeals the amendments that we made to the Virginia Tax Code where cigarette was redefined to exclude heated tobacco. And in the substitute, we simplified it. It reverts to the definition of cigarettes, but clarifies that for tax purposes, heated tobacco is still considered heated tobacco product, and pull some other existing language from the budget that relates to tax rates on cigarettes. Hope to be the pleasure of the House to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1103 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Employment Commission, provision of certain confidential information to the Virginia Port Authority. Legislation reported to the Committee on Labor and Commerce.
Delegate from Hanover, Delegate White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1103 is brought forth at the request of the Port of Virginia. Legislation that passed in 2023 converted from a tax credit incentive for those companies investing in the port to a post-construction grant-based incentive system, which is only awarded once jobs and salary requirements for those jobs have been met. This is a technical amendment allowing the port to access to verify the job creations and gives them the same authority as the Virginia Economic Development Partnership by confirming employer records through the Virginia Employment Commission to ensure the performance agreement associated with the grant request has been met. Mr. Speaker, I hope it is the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Turning to page 140 of today's calendar, House Bill, second reading, regular. Next up, House Bill 1116 is legislation to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, methods of procurement, certain construction projects. Legislation reported to the Committee on General Laws with line amendment.
Delegate from Richmond City, Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you. This bill raises the limit for public bodies to use small purchase procedures for construction contracts from $200,000 to $300,000. Small purchase procedures are helpful for procurement officers across the state when doing small construction projects, mostly repairs and renovations. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Next up is House Bill 1153, which seeks to amend, reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to formation of not-for-profit benefits consortium for localities. Legislation was Board of Committee on Labor and Commerce.
The delegate from Hampton, Delegate Cardoza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1153 simply grants localities and their departments the ability to band together into larger groups to access lower group rates with health care and benefits. I would ask that this bill be engrossed and passed on to its third and final reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1248 is a bill to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to debtor interrogatories, fieri facias, against whom a summons shall be issued. The Legislation Report of Committee for Courts of Justice Amendment Nature Substitute.
Delegate from Patrick, Delegate Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, in the House, HB 1248 is a recommendation of the Boyd-Graves Conference. The bill requires that the clerk of the court, when they issue a writ, to also issue a summons against any person known or suspected to be a debtor for the execution of the debtor in order to ascertain the personal estate of a judgment debtor. I ask that the body engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1261 seeks to amend and reenact various portions of the Code of Virginia related to unemployment compensation, continuation of benefits, repayment of overpayments. Legislation reported Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations with line amendments drawn to that substitute. Therefore, they don't appear to be in conflict.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I move the the substitute by the Committee on Labor and Commerce.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption the amendment from the Committee on Appropriations.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows the Virginia Employment Commission to waive overpayments of unemployment insurance made to Virginians who are without fault for being overpaid and who meet certain eligibility criteria. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1273 seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, competitive sealed bidding, required criteria in invitations to bid. This legislation was originally reported to the Committee on General Laws with amendment nature substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a differing substitute.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Krizek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute from general laws, and I ask the body to reject it.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The general law substitute is not agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the appropriations committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The appropriations committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body. House Bill 1273 introduces requirements for public works contracts, mandating that a minimum of 8% of total labor hours for capital outlay projects be performed by individuals enrolled in approved apprenticeship programs. Exceptions to this requirement can be made for specific projects due to lack of apprenticeship availability or impracticality based on material costs versus labor hours. The bill mandates that contractors and subcontractors, 1, report apprentice labor hours, 2, require completion of safety training programs established by OSHA, and 3, maintain records of compliance with applicable local, state, and federal laws. The bill also contains a delayed enactment to July 1, 2025. Hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Top of page 142 is House Bill 1322. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact 2 sections of the Code of Virginia related to certified registered nurse anesthetist, elimination of supervision requirement. Legislation reported to the Committee on Health and Human Services with amendment nature substitute.
A delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, HB 1322 is about certified nurse anesthetists. And under current law, they must work under the supervision of a doctor. This bill changes that word to consultation. CNRAs want to work in states and in surgical facilities that will allow them to practice at the top of their education and licensures. 26% of Virginia's CNRAs are now working in another state. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1330 seeks to amend and reenact several sections of the Code of Virginia related to absentee voting, persons confined awaiting trial or for conviction of a misdemeanor. This legislation was reported to the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendments.
Delegate from Hampton, Delegate Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, first I move the Committee on Privileges and Elections amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1330 clarifies that the Department of Elections can provide absentee ballots to registered voters who are confined while awaiting trial or confined due to a misdemeanor conviction. Each group has a right to vote. Furthermore, the department must ensure that the completed absentee ballots are returned and recorded in an appropriate and timely manner. I hope it's the pleasure of this body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1355, 1355 is legislation seeks to amend and reenact section of the Code of Virginia relating to the Information Technology Access Act, digital accessibility. Legislation reported to the Committee on Communications Technology Innovation with amendments, and then subsequently reported for the Committee on Appropriation with amendments that don't appear to be in conflict.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Tran.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the amendments from the Committee on Communications Technology and Innovations.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move adoption of the amendments from the Committee on Appropriations.
Shall the Appropriations Committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would require our state agencies, local governments, institutions of higher education, and local school districts to ensure that their information and communication technologies are accessible to all persons with a disability. I hope it's the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third read.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Turning to page 144, legislation before you next is House Bill 1396, which seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to days of operation of clerk's offices, clerk's authority to close office. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
The delegate from Arlington, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1396 just shifts authority on opening, closing of the circuit court office from the judge to the clerk of the court. It will be a pleasure to the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third read.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Sorry, 1397 seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Manufacturing Home Lot Rental Act, Manufactured Home Park, Notice of Sale and Relocation Expenses. This legislation reported to the Committee on General Laws with amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Krizik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body, House Bill 1397 is an effort to help Virginia maintain its only unsubsidized, truly affordable type of home ownership, manufactured homes. Last year, manufactured homes in Fairfax County decreased by 13.6%, but prices increased by 6.5%. As substituted, this bill will amend the Manufactured Home Lot Rental Act to provide a right of first refusal for purchase of a manufactured home park to the locality where a park is located, and gives park residents clear notice of their right to make an offer to purchase the park and if any pending sales to a locality or private party. The committee substitute also contains a reenactment clause so that we can continue to work to reach a consensus as this bill moves through the Senate. I hope it's the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Top of page 145, House Bill 1452. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the duties of agencies and their appointing authorities, diversity, equity, and inclusion strategic plans. Legislation report of Committee on General Laws.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Askew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1492 makes changes to the current code that requires state agencies to establish and maintain a comprehensive diversity, equity, and inclusion strategic plan yearly in coordination with the governor's director of diversity, equity, and inclusion. The changes are that this legislation requires each state agency to submit an annual report to the governor and the General Assembly assessing the impact of the diversity, equity, and inclusion and the General Assembly by July 1st of each year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hope to be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 1461 is now before you, seeks to amend and reenact Section of the Code of Virginia relating to short-term rental property, localities' ability to prohibit lessee or sublessee operator. Legislative report on Committee on General Laws with amendments.
Delegate for Prince William, Delegate Monday King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee amendments agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill to ensure that long-term renters, like those in our military, can have access to short-term rental income generating opportunities. I hope it will be the will of the committee, of the body, to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Page 146, legislation before you is 1475. Directing the Board of Housing and Community Development to amend the Uniform Statewide Building Code to require that owners and operators of certain apartment buildings begin to supply cooling to maintain certain temperatures by April of each year. This legislation was reported by the Committee on General Laws with an amendment nature as substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Keys-Gamarra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1475 allows R2 owners who rent, lease, or let dwelling units to consider temperature control for heating or cooling in their building. I hope it will be the will of the body to engross this bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 1490 seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to absentee voting in person, voter satellite offices, days and hours of operation. Legislation report of the Committee on Privileges and Elections with an amendment.
A delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reeser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendments.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is permissive in that it allows localities to expand early voting beyond the minimum currently set by the code, and it continues the existing safeguard of no reductions within 60 days of any general election. I move the body engross the bill and move it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 1491 seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to Phase 1 utility recovery of development costs associated with small modular nuclear facility. Legislation report of Committee on Labor and Commerce with an amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Washington, Delegate O'Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute makes the bill quite a bit different from the original bill and includes a lot of stakeholder input, which we discussed in committee. This bill covers only the early site permitting segment of the overall plant development. It's basically a 5-year process. The SEC will review the cost, and if appropriate, using the reasonable and prudent standard, they would provide cost recovery through a rate adjustment clause. We chose that rather than base rate, so it's looked at every year as opposed to every other year. The Commission also has the authority to require the utility to sell the site and return proceeds to customers if it isn't used for generation. And the bill, of course, is intended to give a lot of discretion to the commission. I will say the bill also does not cover construction costs, as another version of the bill did, and it does not cover licensing costs required by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So I move that we engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1496 is now before you, seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to surveillance technology registry. Legislation report of the Committee on Communications Technology and Innovation with amendment nature as substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a differing substitute.
Delegate from Roanoke City, Delegate Rasool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the substitute from CTI and ask that we reject that substitute.
Shall committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The CTI committee substitute is rejected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I move the substitute from the Appropriations Committee and ask that we accept that.
Shall the Appropriations Committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1496 now asks localities to notify both DCJS and JCOTS any surveillance technology that they are using. Gives JCOTS the opportunity to be able to analyze these surveillance technologies to ensure that there's a transparent process here in the Commonwealth. Hope be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
House Bill 1505 seeks to amend and reenact Section Code of Virginia relating to intercollegiate athletics, student athletes' compensation for name, image, or likeness. Legislation originally reported to the Committee on Education, subsequently reported by the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendments.
Delegate from Potatoe, Delegate Austin.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1505 amends the name, image, and likeness legislation passed in the 2022 session and gives the Commonwealth Collegiate Institution more flexibility regarding NIL. I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Top of page 148, legislation before you next is House Bill 1514, seeks to amend the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Sports and Entertainment Authority and financing fund established. Report. Legislation report of the Committee on Appropriations with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Prince William, Delegate Torian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1514 will create the Virginia Sports and Entertainment Authority for the purpose of developing a new sports arena and surrounding multi-use district at Potomac Yards. The vision is for this new sports arena to be the future home of the Washington Capitals and the Washington Wizards. The project will include the development of a campus surrounding the sports arena with a venue for concerts, corporate headquarters for the company, practice and training facilities, and a broadcast studio. This district surrounding this campus will include restaurants, retail stores, hotels, and a conference center. The authority this bill creates is authorized to issue debt to incentivize the recruitment of the teams to Virginia and finance the development of the campus only. The substitute expands the original 9-member authority board to 15. The makeup of the board would now include 5 gubernatorial appointments, 5 legislative citizens appointments, 3 city appointments, 1 company member, and 1 member from Arlington County, creating a board more representative of the area. It also creates the Virginia Sports and Entertainment Authority Financing Fund. This fund allows the Commonwealth to receive proceeds generated from state tax revenue sources, cities' tax revenue sources, and other revenue sources. The money remitted to the fund will first be used to pay off the debt incurred by the authority for the development of the campus. The state revenue sources supporting this fund includes sales, personnel income, and business-related taxes that are only generated by the multi-use development. If the revenues in the funds after payments on the debt have been made, equal or exceeded the amount of tax revenue pledged by the Commonwealth and by the City of Alexandria for the previous quarter, each entity will receive an amount equal to its representative amount of tax revenue pledged and divide any remaining revenue in half. All revenue received by the Commonwealth will be distributed to the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, paying back any transportation funds expended for the project. And then, if there are any excess funds, deposits will deposit 50% into the general fund and 50% into the Virginia Housing Trust Fund. The authority will be required to submit an annual operating plan and extensive quarterly financial reports to the newly created Legislative Oversight Commission, the Department of Planning and Budget, and the Secretary of Commerce and Trade. The Legislative Oversight Commission created in the substitute is a 14-member commission which is composed of the voting members of the MEI Commission, the Speaker of the House, and the President Pro Tem of the Senate. The bill includes several enactment clauses designed to ensure other financing that will support the project is secured and all legal agreements are signed prior to the issuance of any debt by the authority. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the substitute includes a reenactment clause that the General Assembly must approve the bill again during the 2025 session. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
House Bill 1515 is legislation to amend the Code of Virginia relating to discovery, electronic means. Legislation report of the Committee of Courts of Justice with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1515 requires that all attorneys for the Commonwealth send discovery materials through electronic means to courts of counsel, unless it's impossible to do so or prohibited by statutory law. The bill directs the Supreme Court to promulgate rules by July 1st, 2026, and has a delayed effective date of January 1st, 2027 to allow localities time to implement any additional infrastructure or necessary systems. I would ask the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to the third reading.
House Bill 1519, different bill. This one seeks to amend and reenact two sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Consumer Protection Act. Fees for electronic fund transfers prohibited. Legislation report of the Committee on Labor and Commerce with amendment nature substitute.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Srinivasan.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopt the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 1519 is a consumer protection bill that seeks to prevent individuals from being charged a processing or a transaction fee for the purchase of a good or service, including payment of rent, when using an electronic fund transfer. Common examples of EFTs are direct deposit, ATM transfers, and debit card transactions. I would ask the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 1534 seeks to amend and reenact multiple sections of the Code of Virginia, repeal several others, all relating to elections. Challenges to voters registration, challenges to candidate qualifications or eligibility. Legislation reports Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Mr. Speaker, I move the substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1534 has to do with challenges to people running for office. Currently, anyone can challenge a voter's eligibility when they show up to vote at the polls, and they don't have any evidence to prove why they're challenging the voter. Not only can this be disruptive, but it adds nothing, and nothing prevents the individual from stationing themselves at a polling place and challenging every single person who shows up. 3 voters can still challenge a another voter registration, but they must do so in a circuit court for that locality. And anybody who wants to challenge a candidate's eligibility to be on the ballot, they must do so 60 days before the election. That's what the bill does, and I hope it's the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
House Bill 1539 at the bottom of page 149 is legislation that seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to abortion or other reproductive health care services, prohibitions on extradition for certain crimes, prohibited practices under the Virginia Consumer Protection Act. Legislation was supported by the Committee for Courts of Justice, Amendment Nature Substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, House Bill 1539 prohibits the governor from honoring requests for extradition of folks if the crime they're being extradited for is a criminal violation that has to do with women's reproductive health care, and the crime did not happen here, did not happen in the state where the extradition is coming from. So the example would be Texas has a law that says that doctors that assist in abortion anywhere in the country can be prosecuted in Texas. If we get a doctor here in Virginia gets an extradition request, if the government gets an extradition request for such a doctor, he will ignore it, can't do it. The second piece of the bill says that we can't share personal information from your consumer data on your apps that would lead to revealing your personal health care information. It would be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Mr. Speaker, there are 6 bills that went by temporarily, so need to go back and pick up those. First one is on page 96, if you're following that way. It is Delegate Runyon's House Bill 464, which seeks to amend and reenact a section of the Code of Virginia relating to retail sales and use tax exemption for nonprofit entities. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Finance with amendments.
The delegate from Rockingham, Delegate Runyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body. This bill increases from $1 million to $1.5 million the minimum threshold for gross revenue for a nonprofit entity that allows the Department of Taxation to require such an entity to provide a financial audit before receiving federal income tax exemption. Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Going forward, one page, page 97. Next up is Delegate Garrett's House Bill 496. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia relating to waste tire disposal by producers and haulers fee requirements. Legislation reported to the Committee on Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources with a substitute. Substitute reported by the Committee on Appropriations with a differing substitute.
Delegate from Buckingham, Delegate Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that my colleagues vote no on my motion to adopt the Agriculture, Chesapeake, and Natural Resources Committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The committee substitute is not agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask that my colleagues vote yea on the Appropriations Committee substitute.
Shall the Appropriations Committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What House Bill 496 does is establish a waste tire management fund, create a lockbox around this waste tire management fund, and direct DEQ to promulgate regulations as it relates to cleanup of waste tires from Virginia's farm, forests, and waterways. With that, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed to third reading? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to third reading.
Advancing one page to page 98. Next bill is House Bill 547 by Delegate Walker. HB 547 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Internet Safety Advisory Council, School Board's Internet Safety Education program. And Mr. Speaker, this legislation was reported to the Committee on Communications, Technology, and Innovation, subsequently reported by the Committee on Education with a substitute, and the bill's patron has a floor substitute, which is available, distributed, and before you.
Delegate from Lynchburg, Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Education Committee amendments and the request that the House reject the motion.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from the Education Committee, the delegate from Roanoke, Delegate
Yeah.
Rasul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the motion.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the bill before us comes largely in good faith. I know that there was some communication with the delegate and members of the committee. However, I would appreciate, as the bill leaves the House, that it continues in the form that it left the Education Committee in, and maybe you can continue the conversation in the Senate if there are some additional changes. So I'd encourage the body to vote yes to accepting the committee substitute from Education.
Shall the committee substitute bill agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No. You would say
Chairs
no
in doubt.
louder?
Don't have to go on the board. Chairs in doubt. Ayes and nays. Go on the board.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
So does that mean that everybody needs to be in their seat by their voting machine to take this vote so we can decide whether we do things the way that the chairman of education wants to do them or not?
Okay. It's been called for a division of the House, so I guess it's going to be a count.
No, sir.
Ayes and nays. Ayes and nays is easier. Just
Okay,
go on the board.
ayes and
It's less
nays.
than counting. Ayes and nays.
You withdraw your division request?
Yes.
Ayes and nays. All right, this is going on the board. Get it out the way. Green. Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 51, noes 48.
Ayes 51, noes 48. The committee substitute is agreed to. Now we have a floor. The floor substitute goes away. Okay. The delegate from Lynchburg, Delegate Walker.
To you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So 547 continues off the bipartisan efforts over the last 2 years that's emphasized the importance of internet safety education in our schools. The substitute for the bill, which would have made minor adjustments to the original bill, makes it an option for local school boards to consider model policies crafted by the Internet Safety Advisory Council when reviewing the Internet curriculum, which was passed here in this House last year by 99-0. So right now, Internet safety curriculum is already required in the code, so that this bill would not be adding any additional requirements or school divisions. It would just give them the option to review the materials crafted by the council when they review and adopt their policies, that is the schools. The bill also extends the sunset on the council to give them an additional year to work with the school divisions to implement this new curriculum. Mr. Speaker, I move that this bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third reading? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Continuing on, picking up those bills that went by temporarily, moving ahead to page 101. Page 101, bill before you next is Delegate Ballard's House Bill 659, seeks to amend and reenact 3 sections of the Code of Virginia relating to public schools, open school enrollment policies, and guidance. Legislation reported to the Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Giles, Delegate Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, with the substitute, the bill does 2 things. Number 1, it directs the Virginia Board of Education to share and spotlight best practices for those school divisions that choose to have open enrollment. And number 2, it clarifies existing state law that school divisions cannot charge tuition for intra-division transfers except under the circumstances currently set forth in the code. The key takeaway on this bill is that it is permissive in nature. It does not require any school division to adopt any particular transfer policy for its division. The bill reported from the Committee on Education on a bipartisan 15-6 vote. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and pass the third read? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third read.
Next bill is over ahead on page 123. Page 123, legislation admitted temporarily is House Bill 179. This legislation seeks to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia relating to consecutive terms of imprisonment. Legislation reported to the Committee for Courts of Justice, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations, and there are 4 floor amendments offered by Delegate Gilbert.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, the delegate from Alexandria, Delegate
Mr. Speaker, can this bill go by temporarily?
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that this bill go by temporarily. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill goes by temporarily.
And therefore, Mr. Speaker, going to page 138, I believe, top of page 138, which one? House Bill 957, Delegate Lopez's House Bill 957 seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, tenants' assertion, condemnation of leased premises remedies. Legislation was brought to the Committee on General Laws, amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 957 ensures that landlords pay actual damages and tenants get their rent and security deposit in cases where they're forced out due to condemnation. Mr. Speaker, I move that we engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed the third reading.
Mr. Speaker?
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. Speaker, can we go at ease?
The House will be at ease.
Thank you.
The House will come to order. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we are on last bill in the House Bill's second reading regular. We're going back to page 123, legislation gone by temporarily. That legislation is Delegate Gardner's House Bill 179, seeks to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia related to consecutive terms of imprisonment. Reported to Committee of Courts of Justice, reported to Committee of Appropriations. There are four separate line amendments offered by Delegate Gilbert. They are distributed, available online, and for the public who might be watching.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. Speaker, I move that HB 179 go by for the day.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that the bill go by for the day. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill goes by for the day. Clerk will.
Mr. Speaker, therefore, that completed that section of the category of the calendar. Therefore, page 150, we have several resolutions in the uncontested calendar block. Uncontested calendar block, top of page 150, Delegate Krizik's. First up is House Joint Resolution 10, continuing the joint subcommittee to study the feasibility of establishing the Virginia Gaming Commission to regulate and oversee all forms of gaming in the Commonwealth. Report. Legislation report to Committee on Rules with an amendment subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Krizik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee amendment.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the clerk's, what he said is not exactly what it does. What this is, we've already passed that a couple years ago. This is just to extend it to another additional 2 years through November 30th, 2025. I move adoption of the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, continuing with the uncontested resolution block, top of page 151. Next up is Delegate Sullivan's House Joint Resolution 30, requesting the State Corporation Commission, in collaboration with the Department of Energy, to study performance-based regulatory tools for investor-owned electric utilities in the Commonwealth. Report. Legislation was reported to the Committee on Rules with the amendment nature substitute, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The clerk got this one exactly right. HJ 30 directs the SEC and Virginia DOE to study a broad range of performance-based regulatory tools for Virginians' investor-owned electric utilities. These tools have the potential to enhance cost containment incentives, to maximize energy-efficient solutions, and reduce ratepayer costs. The resolution requires the SEC and Virginia Energy, with broad stakeholder input, to conduct a review of the financial incentives created by current regulations and to give us their report by October 2025. I move adoption of the resolution.
Next up in the uncontested calendar block is House Joint Resolution 43, requesting the state veterinarian to study the shortage of large animal veterinarians. Report. Legislation reported to the Committee on Rules, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriations, with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Arlington, Delegate Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HJ 43 calls on the Board of Veterinary Medicine, in consultation with the state veterinarian, to develop a report identifying solutions to address the shortage of large animal veterinarians. The shortage of large animal vets impacts the livestock and equine industries in fairly significant ways. The agriculture industry believes that this is critical to the viability of the livestock industry in the Commonwealth. We believe by pulling together stakeholders that solutions can be developed to address this shortage. Hope it will be the pleasure of the body to adopt the resolution.
Continuing with the uncontested block, top of page 152, House Joint Resolution 67, establishing the Joint Committee of the House Committee on Education and the Senate Committee on Education and Health to study fair school funding reform. Report. Legislation reported to the Committee on Rules, subsequently reported by the Committee on Appropriations with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Newport News, Delegate Simons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Appropriations Committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
HJR 67 continues the work of the JLARC study on fair school funding reform. I hope it will be the will of the body to pass the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
And, Mr. Speaker, the last bill in the uncontested resolution block, House Joint Resolution 41, directing the Joint Commission on Health Care to study policy solutions to the Commonwealth's fentanyl crisis. Report. Legislation reported to the Committee on Rules, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriation, with an amendment.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopt the amendment from the Committee on Appropriations.
Shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the House Joint Resolution 41 directs the Joint Commission on Healthcare to study and recommend policy solutions to Virginia's fentanyl crisis by the 2026 General Assembly session. In their review, the Commission will study the causes and impacts of fentanyl prevalence in the Commonwealth and provide insight into the fentanyl crisis within the context of other drug crises in recent history. Mr. Speaker, I ask for adoption of the resolution.
Shall the resolutions be agreed to? This is a recorded vote. Clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, ayes are 97, noes 0.
Ayes 97, noes 0. Resolutions are agreed to.
Top of page 153, new category, one measure within this category, resolutions regular calendar. House Joint Resolution 76 is now before you. It would direct the Joint Legislative Review, Audit and Review Commission to study the social, physical, emotional, and economic effects of gun violence on communities across the Commonwealth. Report. Legislation report of the Committee on Rules, subsequently by the Committee on Appropriation.
Delegate from Norfolk, Delegate Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like the clerk said, this study will emphasize the pervasive nature of gun violence in our communities in the Commonwealth, attributing to its root causes to socio-economic disparities and systemic inequalities. Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the resolution.
Shall the resolution be agreed to? Recorded vote. Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 54, noes 45.
Ayes 54, noes 45. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, continuing with the calendar, page 153, 155, next category, memorial resolutions laid on the Speaker's table. The memorial resolutions be adopted in block, listed on pages 153 through 156, with the exception of House Resolution 90, which has already been adopted, therefore is out of the block. Over on page 156, House Resolution 103 has been removed from the block.
Does any member desire to remove a resolution from the block? Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting in block the memorial resolutions laid on the Speaker's table as listed on pages 154 through 156, with the exception of H.R. 90 and 103 of the printed calendar, will please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, final category of today's calendar is commending resolutions laid on the Speaker's table. The commending resolutions to be adopted in block are listed on pages 156 to 163, with the exception of House Joint Resolution 101, House Resolution 55 on the top of page 157, and, Mr. Speaker, over on page 161, House Resolution 83 is out of the block. House Resolution 85 is out of the block. Over on page 162, House Resolution 97 is out of the block. And House Resolution 106 at the top of page 163 is out of the block.
Does any member desire to remove an additional resolution from the block? Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting commending resolutions laid on the Speaker's table found on pages 157 through 163, with the exception of the House resolutions announced by the clerk, 83, 85, 97, 106, and 163 of the printed calendar will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The resolutions are agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, at 5:50, this completes today's calendar.
Per House Rule 51, the House is returned to the morning hour. Does the clerk have any additional announcements or communications?
Mr. Speaker, no communications, simple announcements. There are no committee meetings. Obviously, looking ahead to tomorrow, the Majority Leader will be making an announcement momentarily, but in light of that, the caucuses are going to meet, the Democratic caucus is at 9 o'clock. Did I get that right?
Yes.
9 o'clock tomorrow in House Room 1. The Republicans at 9:30. 9:30 in House Room 2. Mr. Speaker, that's the announcements I have, sir.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to reconvene tomorrow at 11 a.m.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to reconvene tomorrow at 11 a.m. As many in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that the House do now adjourn. As many in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.